Alrighty, everyone, welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. Hopefully you all are having a fantastic day so far. A fantastic Saturday, finally the weekend, and unfortunately we've got a lot of severe weather to talk about today. So give me just a second whilst I check a few things. Just give me a minute here. See if this is all good. 1 minute. Alright, that looks good. So I believe we are good to go. All right. So let's see what we have here in the chat. We have Jefferson, we have Proxy, Critty, Caleb, ATR Media, as well as Cloudman, and everyone else in the chat who I may have forgotten to welcome. Or if you are in the chat and I just haven't welcomed you, welcome to the stream. And let's go ahead and dive on into this. I'll go ahead and switch over to our main scene. Should be good to go here. All right, so we're good on this end. I accidentally just clicked that. I am testing something, being live on TikTok. So I'm not... Oh, that is copyrighted. Apologies. That was from YouTube side of things. Gotta love it. Great. First live stream, I get copyrighted instantly. How about that? Ain't no way somebody's gonna figure out what that was. All right, but yeah, we've got a lot of severe weather ongoing here across the mid-Atlantic and into the northeastern U.S. We are up to 2 tornado warnings. We've actually had a little bit of tornado warnings earlier today, but I don't believe any of those were actually significant. So hopefully no tornadoes there. I didn't get any reports there. We also have Vans in the chat on the TikTok side. Glad to see that somebody can chat on TikTok. This is my first time doing a live stream like this on TikTok. Normally we do it just on the phone, so this is definitely different than normal. And yeah, there's nothing too crazy going on in New Jersey right now, but there is a tornado watch in effect. So what that means is conditions are favorable for the development of severe storms, including tornadoes later on in the day. And so you need to be weather aware over the next couple of hours. And this is a long duration watch. I believe it goes till about 9 or so Eastern, somewhere right around there. And we just have a bunch of overall severe storms. We've got some severe storms here down into Maryland, where we have a considerable severe, which means that it is a more significant severe than your average severe thunderstorm. In this case, that's because we have 70-mile-an-hour winds ongoing out here in western Maryland, and that's going to be heading down into actually heading towards the direction of Washington, D.C., so we'll need to watch that. It also has this red and pink polygon on it. That means that it's an active tornado warning, so you need to be in your safe spot away from doors and windows if you are in that active red and pink flashing polygon, which includes, it's right on the border of Virginia and Maryland there, but includes mostly in Maryland there, Adamstown there, back down to Dickerson. So please make sure you are in your safe spot there. This is weather-wise. I'm using the actual app on it, not the browser today. Let's see here. Do you think we'll see any strong tornadoes today? I don't think so. I really don't think today poses that big of a tornado risk. If you haven't seen the outlook yet, here is the Storm Prediction Center outlook for today. It's a very large risk, so large I can barely fit it on the TikTok screen. It's a very, very large risk for severe weather. Millions and millions of people under the risk for severe storms today. Over 52 million people under the risk for severe storms today in that enhanced 3 out of 5 area. An additional over 47 million in that level 2 out of 5 slight risk, and an additional 27 million in that level 1 out of 5 marginal dark green area. So overall, we have just over 110 million people under the risk for severe weather today here across the northeastern U.S. back down into the mid-Atlantic and even into the Midwest. We've got that slight risk stretching even all the way back out here into Illinois. Now, thankfully, nothing severe happening out there in Illinois right now, but eventually storms will start to pop off that way too. We have something here. What's that? Let's see what this is. This is a wall cloud reported 11 minutes ago on one of these little storms here. Wall cloud doesn't necessarily mean a tornado is going to develop. Many wall clouds don't produce tornadoes. Many wall clouds don't produce tornadoes. So all that means is that these storms have the potential to rotate. We can't rule out a brief weak spin-up tornado with them, but most likely you're going to go throughout the entire day without getting a single tornado on any of those storms in southeast Ohio. I don't think they will be that big of a problem. So let me see here. If you are watching from the TikTok side of things, if you haven't already, you can tap to hit that like. We already have over 300 likes on there. If you're watching from YouTube, hit that like button on the YouTube side of things. That will help spread us out to the YouTube algorithm. It's greatly appreciated. And more people we reach, the more people will be weather aware today. So we do have, again, 2 tornado warnings in effect. Those are the 2 areas we're watching the most right now. And they're not impressive. These are not the type of tornado warnings that will produce, intense to violent tornadoes. Today's the type of day where we could get a brief spin up. We could get a little brief spin up that pulls off some shingles or damages a weak outhouse, or might do a little bit of damage to mobile homes. The biggest problem would be with those mobile homes. Those mobile homes are very prone to weak tornadoes, and even something as little as 50 to 60 mile an hour winds can cause significant damage to a mobile home. And we also could go back up here. This is another tornado warning I haven't mentioned much, back in St. Mary's. Not sure if you pronounce that way, maybe. This actually looks quite a bit better. This looks like the type of storm that actually could produce a tornado here. So definitely be in your safe spot. You can see this little indent in the reflectivity. It's what we use to figure out how heavy our rain is. And that's what we call a inflow notch. And then this is what we call a hook echo right here. So what we have here is we have winds that are pushing from the north to the southeast, and then winds that are pushing from the south to the northwest. And that's allowing for an area of rotation to form here right around that vicinity, right around that St. Mary's vicinity here in Pennsylvania. So that's definitely one to keep an eye on for sure. And then we have many severes here, man. I mean, we have, we're up to 12 severe thunderstorms right now. We've got some back up here in far northwestern New York for 60 mile an hour winds and 1.25 inch hail there. Just make sure you're away from doors and windows. You will be perfectly fine. We have another one back out here towards Cortland for 1 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds for 44 minutes there. We have some back down here in North Carolina. We're starting to get some severe storms out here in Southern Virginia where I am. We just got put under this severe thunderstorm watch right here that encompasses much of the state of Virginia, all the way from Virginia Beach through Richmond, through Norfolk, through Harrisonburg, includes the DC Metro, down through Lynchburg, where I am here in Martinsville, also Danville, Salem, all those areas under a severe thunderstorm watch, which means conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms. Yeah, I live in Martinsville, Virginia. That's where I live in. So I'm under the gun for severe weather too. We're in that level 2 out of 5 slight risk down here. So shouldn't get anything too crazy in my neck of the woods, but very prone to power outages down here. So if we get hit by a storm like this one out here towards Dobson in North Carolina, that would knock out my power. Yeah, we also have a severe storm down here in Morganton, North Carolina, right along I-40. Many of these storms, the main thing you're going to see is 60-mile-an-hour winds and 0.75 or 1-inch hail. That's really what we're dealing with today. We're not dealing with very significant severe weather. A few storms are going to be able to produce maybe 70-mile-an-hour winds, but really we're dealing with 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail. That's going to be the biggest thing today. And the reason why the risk is so widespread is because those 60-mile-an-hour winds will be very widespread. We're going to be seeing a lot of damaging winds over a very widespread area, not necessarily damaging, destructive wind gusts. So we could see an isolated wind gust could get as high as 80 miles per hour today, but we're not looking at something like a derecho being likely today. It's going to be a very widespread area of 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's what we're looking at. Otherwise, needs to make it to where you can click on multiple radar sites at once. You mean composite? The national radar? That's what this is right here. We got a new tornado warning just now. I believe this is new. Yeah, there you go. So, new tornado warning out there in Maryland. That's for Damascus. So, make sure you get to your safe spot there. Let's see. Buffalo, New York. So this pinkish is a severe thunderstorm watch. What that means is conditions are favorable for the development of severe storms. So you need to keep an eye on the skies and stay weather aware. That's what that is. And you'll notice that's in a very large area here. I mean, we've got all the way from central North Carolina through much of Virginia, and then all the way back up into much of Pennsylvania, portions of New York, back into Ohio, Michigan, Indiana, and even a sliver of Illinois, all inside of that pink area, which is your severe thunderstorm watch. And I discluded this purple area because that's actually something different. That is a tornado watch, which, like I said at the beginning of the live stream, that means conditions are favorable for the development of severe storms that could produce tornadoes as well. So we have a elevated chance for tornadoes out there in New Jersey, eastern Pennsylvania, Delaware, and into central and eastern Maryland. Now, it doesn't mean we can't see tornadoes outside of that purple area. It just means the best chance for tornadoes today is within that purple area. We're still most probably going to see a brief spin-up tornado or two somewhere in the pink area too, whether it be New York, Michigan, Ohio, or whatnot. Yeah, I have noticed that in the mid-Atlantic, sometimes tornado warnings are for an area of rotation that's a lot weaker. But I mean, like this storm, it doesn't look too terribly tornadic, although this one back up here into Pennsylvania looks like it's definitely tornadic. I wouldn't be surprised if this is trying to put down a tornado at any moment here. Again, this is for St. Mary's, Pennsylvania. That's by far the most concerning tornadic thunderstorm right now. By far. Do you think the severe watch for Virginia Beach is warranted? Yeah, I do. It's tricky to say if we'll get widespread severe storms that far off to the southeast today, but yeah, I think it's warranted. NYC getting potential tornado. You have the opportunity for a brief spin up tornado in and around New York City today. The chance that it actually goes through like downtown New York City is very little, but there's a pretty good chance we end up with a tornado somewhere around that vicinity today. The good news is if we do see a tornado, it's likely to be weak and brief. We can't rule out a strong tornado today. You could see that hatching there. I'll pull up. This is your tornado risk. It's a little difficult to see, but this black hatched area, that's where we have the chance, our best chance for a strong tornado today. And I don't really see a huge chance, to be honest with you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. You know, I'm surprised they even put this is called a SIG 1, which means the chance for up to an EF2 tornado. So there's a chance for a strong tornado today, but really it's less than what I was thinking. You know, yesterday I was talking about a SIG 1 being needed for today, but with all the morning convection that we've seen, and you can see all this convection trending over this area and just training, I should say, over that area, that's going to help decrease your environment and help stabilize the atmosphere. Thunderstorms need an unstable environment, and storms consistently training over the same area stabilizes that environment. Oops. I just turned the whole U.S. upside down. One big cluster of severe storms right now is in western Maryland and northeastern Virginia. Right there, that's quite the cluster. We've got 5 severe thunderstorm warnings in that area right now and 1 tornado warning. Let's see. I apologize. My mic is a little low. Hopefully that's a little bit better. I didn't realize that till just now. I was definitely on the bit of the lower side there. Is there a chance for a tornado in Leesburg, Virginia? Go ahead and look at some of these areas. Yes. It's only a 2% within a 25-mile radius, so it's very low. But we can't rule out a brief tornado somewhere in northern Virginia. That the chance that it's going to be right over your city and your house, it's very, very, very slim. Very, very slim. But there is the chance for a brief tornado to occur somewhere in northern Virginia today, and that opportunity does exist over your area as well. All right, I want to go ahead and what time is it? It's 2:38 Eastern on the East Coast. I want to bring y'all over to mesoanalysis here. This is mesoanalysis. This is going to be a little bit harder for my TikTok viewers to see. So bear with me as I try to get this to the best of my ability here. Yeah, little difficult for my TikTok viewers to see there, but here is mesoanalysis. So this is the available energy in the atmosphere. We like to see at least 1,000 instability here, and we're pretty good. We're pretty good. You could see much of western Pennsylvania is in that 1,000 instability or greater. Same for western New York and much of Ohio. I believe the entire state of Ohio is greater than 1,000 instability. And if we go down here into North Carolina and Virginia, let that load up real quick. You could see out towards Maryland, we actually have up to 5,500 instability near D.C. there in Maryland, just around and south of Baltimore. So plenty of available energy for these storms to thrive off of. And then we also have something called downdraft cape. So this is something that can help increase damaging wind risks. And you'll notice that we have a lot of downdraft cape out here across Virginia, North Carolina, Maryland, Delaware, and New Jersey. So there's going to be more opportunity for these storms to produce 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's not as high towards Pennsylvania. You can see it's really not that high in central PA or central New York. It's really in western New York and northwestern PA where that downdraft instability is the highest. And as for tornadoes, we use something called supercell composite, which combines a bunch of other things: wind shear, instability, bulk shear, and some other stuff to give you a number between, in this case, 0 to like 30, 36 on the favorability of the environment for tornadoes. And you can see we're actually at a 12 out here in New Jersey, Southeast PA, Northern Delaware, even into Eastern Maryland. So another thing I want to check is the lower level amount of spin in the atmosphere. There's not a whole lot of spin back towards Maryland, but out here, that looks to be a local area that's very favorable for tornadoes. Yeah, looks like a locally very favorable environment for tornadoes there in southern and central New Jersey. So that would be an area to watch for. If we can get a good supercell to get going, we could even see a strong tornado develop out there. So that's how your environment's looking right now. And here's our wind risk for today. We've got a very large 45% wind risk. So what this means if you're in the pink area is this means every 25 miles of any given point inside of this pink area, there is a 45% chance for 58-mile-an-hour winds. So pretty high chance for damaging winds. Pittsburgh, definitely watch out in Pittsburgh. Today's a day where we have multiple rounds for severe storms being possible. There's nothing too crazy around Pittsburgh right now. Y'all's round will actually be probably very late this evening, I'd have to imagine. We don't like to use models day of, but I'm going to anyways, just so we can see generally what we're thinking for later on today. And yeah, you can see this is about 8 or 9 Eastern, and that's when the main line rolls through. That's when your main line rolls through, 8 or 9 Eastern. And it won't be particularly intense. Just some of these storms embedded inside of this line will be able to produce 60-mile-an-hour winds. If we take a look here, this is your wind gusts, simulated wind gusts here. If we just bring that out to that same time frame, 8, 9 p.m., you can see only a few areas, 40 to 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts there. You could see a little area there of 60-mile-an-hour winds on this particular model run. So, like I mentioned earlier, today is not going to be a very significant day for significant wind gusts. We're not looking at a widespread amount of 75 to like 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts. A few people are going to get winds of 75 to 80 miles an hour, but the majority of you guys will end up with 40 to 60-mile-an-hour winds and lightning and heavy rain. This is a very typical setup for the Mid-Atlantic this time of year. There's not really anything too rare about this. We see this pretty often in June and July. Although I will say this is a little bit more widespread. It's definitely a very large risk area. A lot of people under the gun for damaging winds. So it's definitely one of the more widespread wind events we'll see this year. And we can also talk about... I might need to clear my eyes a little bit more. I swear that's... hold on. Yeah, that is indeed New York. There you go. We got a new tornado warning in New York. Wow. Wow. So we're warning contamination now? It's almost what it looks like to me. Actually, I see it a little bit more now. Here, let me loop it. At first, I was saying contamination there, but I actually do see a little area. Yeah, I'm not looking at this. This is not what I'm looking at. I'm looking at actually this right here. See this green and red? So winds are streaming in this way, and then you have winds pushing this way. There's a tiny little area rotation there. I mean, we can't rule out a brief spin-up tornado with that, but that's very weak rotation. Very, very, very weak rotation. Just a little bit of... Actually, how weak is it? Yeah, 16 and like 17. So, I mean, you're looking at 30, 40-mile-an-hour rotation. That is extremely weak. Very, very weak. So, if we do manage to get a spin-up tornado out of that, I mean, you're talking You're talking a very, very weak tornado. Erie, Pennsylvania. Yeah, you are in the risk for severe weather, for sure. Your main risk will be with these storms that are in Ontario as they go towards Erie. So your main time frame, I would say, is probably what, like 2, maybe 3 hours from now. Yeah, right about 4:30 or so. That's going to be your main risk for severe storms. Right about like 4:30 Eastern for Erie, Pennsylvania. I will say I'm more likely to look at the YouTube chat. So above my face cam, you see that black scrolling screen of text. That's only on TikTok. TRG Tornado on YouTube is where I'm much more likely to see and read your comment as opposed to TikTok. Yeah, I will go over Monday and Tuesday right now. I was about to do that, and then we got that tornado warning. So we have a slight risk for severe weather tomorrow. Uh-oh. Stay south. Stay south. Don't come up here. Stay down there. So we have a slight risk for severe weather tomorrow in that yellow area, level 2 out of 5 for severe weather. Nothing crazy. Another, I don't know if that's a new warning or not. It may just be a disextension or an extension. We'll check that in a second. But we have a level 2 out of 5 slight risk for severe weather tomorrow. Main threat by a milestone is going to be damaging winds. We'll have the opportunity for about 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts tomorrow over much of North Carolina into southeastern Virginia and north central South Carolina. Can't rule out a random gust upwards of 70 miles per hour. We also can't rule out a brief tornado. The best chance for a tornado tomorrow will probably be along the coastal areas of Virginia and North Carolina. And then we also can't rule out a little bit of hail. I wouldn't rule out hail up to an inch in diameter. So the main threat by far tomorrow is damaging winds, followed by hail, and then we can't rule out a brief tornado. And then we move into, there's a day 3 marginal in North Carolina as well. I just found that out. I didn't even see that. So we have another level 1 out of 5 for North Carolina for day 3, which that's going to be Monday. But the big thing Monday will be our slight risk level 2 out of 5 for severe weather up here in Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, Illinois, almost the whole state of Wisconsin inside of that level 2 out of 5. And I do think this will be upgraded to a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk later on down the line. So make sure that you are hyper weather aware for Monday. If you live in that yellow area, stay close and stay tuned to your Storm Prediction Center and local National Weather Service office, because we'll likely see a categorical risk upgrade there. The main threat will be damaging winds, probably up to 80 miles an hour, some large hail, maybe up to 2 inches in diameter. And then we'll also have the risk for a few tornadoes, 1 or 2 strong, also being possible there in and around that slight risk area. We'll have to see how high that wind and torr threat will be by the time we get to Monday. That's when we'll really know if Monday's going to be a big torr threat, a big wind threat, or maybe a mixture of both. So definitely some uncertainty on how high end our severe threat may be on Monday, but for sure going to be a big day to watch for severe weather. And then we go into day 4. That's Tuesday. A very large slight risk for severe thunderstorms out here. Level 2 out of 5 once more across Pennsylvania, New York, Maryland, Virginia, almost the whole state of West Virginia, almost the whole state of Ohio, into Indiana, even a sliver of Illinois, as well as into Kentucky. So another very large level 2 out of 5 slight risk, and this one's for Tuesday. Over much of the same areas under the gun for severe weather today will be under the gun for severe weather on Tuesday. That, I'm iffy. I'm iffy on how Tuesday may play out. But I do think Tuesday will feature at least a widespread damaging wind threat of 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, probably wind gusts upwards of 80, 1-inch hail, and a few tornadoes, maybe even one strong. I think that's generally the hazards that we could expect being possible for Tuesday. And then Wednesday, we continue. There's another one. Many of the same areas under the gun for severe weather today and tomorrow will be under the gun for severe weather going on into Tuesday and Wednesday. This is for Wednesday. Mid next week, another level 2 out of 5 slight risk for severe weather. The primary risk here is probably going to be 1-inch hail, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, and we can't rule out a brief tornado. The tornado threat on Wednesday looks substantially lower than the tornado threat for Monday and Tuesday. So that's your update there on your severe weather risks. But we also have our little area of interest out here in the northeastern Gulf. If we go ahead and change this to satellite imagery here over the US, we've got some spin in the atmosphere here, a little low pressure in the northeastern Gulf. It has already been deemed a invest. It's invest 91L in the northeastern Gulf here. We could get a tropical depression out of it, but I don't think anything more than that. I wouldn't rule out a tropical depression. The main problem with this is really, regardless of if it goes to a tropical depression or if it stays as an invest, we're likely to see heavy rain over portions of Florida, Mississippi, and southern Alabama over the course of the next 3 days or so. I don't think we have too much of a notable flood risk here. Let's see. There's day 1. I actually want to go to your actual outlook. Yeah, marginal risk 1 out of 4 for heavy rainfall there and flooding across Georgia, Alabama, Florida. Tomorrow, level 1 out of 4. Day 3, 1 out of 4. So yeah, they're keeping it at 1 out of 4. So flooding possible, but nothing too crazy. Let's see here. This area in New York, just southwest of Clifton Springs, definitely want to watch out for 60 mile an hour winds and a brief tornado, as well as half-inch hail being possible here in about an hour or so as that severe storm heads your way. I think it will go tropical storm. I doubt it. I doubt it, to be honest with you. I really don't think we will see a tropical storm out of that area of interest. All right, there we go. I'm going to go check that tornado warning in Pennsylvania. So we are still continuing with that tornado warning in Pennsylvania for Johnsonburg. Make sure you're in your safe spot. A brief spin-up tornado remains possible there. And we're actually getting a new little supercell here out in front of that. So we could end up with another tornado warning for this storm here as it heads towards Mix Run and Driftwood there in Pennsylvania. Critty, I think there's literally like only one model run that shows a tropical storm forming out of that, so I'm not too sure why you think a tropical storm is possible. Yeah, I think there's literally only one model that shows that. And this is something I like more than any model run. This is on Cyclonic WX here. We'll go to the interactive page. And this is the Google DeepMind ensembles here. And I want to see if we looked at this a day or two ago, and it only had like 2 low pressures. That's a lot more lows. That is a heck load more lows. So much higher confidence in the Google DeepMind ensembles. And at least a tropical, some show tropical storm, but most of them show tropical depression. So yeah, I think a tropical depression is possible. And maybe we will get a brief, weak tropical storm, but I really don't think anything more than a tropical depression at the moment. This is the Euro ensembles, and you can see many of those have blue, which means tropical depression, or even weaker. Only like 2 of these have a good tropical storm. So, very few. Definitely the majority favor either a tropical depression or an extremely weak tropical storm. But either way, once more, regardless of the strength of the storm, we're going to be getting flooding potential out there in Florida, Alabama, and surrounding areas. Wow. Severe thunderstorm mayhem happening out here in Morganton. You guys got 4 severe thunderstorms around you right now. 4 severe thunderstorms around y'all right now. So make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows. If you are in those severe thunderstorm warnings, again, those are in western North Carolina for Morganton. Also heading towards Hickory in North Carolina. So make sure you guys get indoors and away from windows there. You don't got to get to your safe spot. There's no need to get to your safe spot unless you really, really want to. But you don't have to. There we go. I wanted to check how the stream's looking on TikTok. Decent. I haven't been able to look at the vertical. Water storms happening way out of the watch. I don't know why they didn't extend the watch to the southwest. The mesoscale discussion, which is for highlighting an area, in this case for the severe watch to be issued, they highlighted it all the way down to like Charlotte. Like it was well off to the southwest, so I'm not too sure why they didn't issue the severe watch further to the west. I do not know. And look at that. We've got very strong velocities here. Upwards of 70-mile-an-hour winds here in northeastern Virginia. This is moving in the direction of Washington. It's moving towards Centreville. So make sure you guys get away from doors and windows there. This is actually... Oh, YouTube's getting ads. Let me go disable those. I hate having to do this. I forget. I apologize. That's probably the longest I've forgotten. Go get rid of them. I don't know why it does that. I have to literally disable it. Every single live stream, I disable it automatically, right? They're turned off automatically. But once I start my live stream, they turn back on. I'm not trying to put... I wonder how much it does it. Because YouTube's the one that controls it. So you guys could be getting ads literally like every 5 minutes. There. Hopefully you guys don't get any more ads. As I say that, watch one pop up. And the thing is, I have no idea when it runs ads either. If you're on like Twitch, you can tell when the ads pop up. But not here. Alright, there we go. Perfect. Perfect. All right. So once more, we do have that signature there. Those blue velocities indicate that it's actually pretty significant damaging winds there, upwards of 70 miles per hour, pushing through northeastern Virginia here. And I do want to check back up here. You can see these velocities. There's no very clear-cut area where those velocities are very high. We have 2 little areas. There's this little area up here, northwest of Walkersville, Maryland. And this area here near Barnesville in west southwestern kind of Maryland there. I don't know. It's hard to say where it's central Maryland, I guess. I would consider this. This is like western Maryland, and this is like eastern Maryland over here. So western, eastern, and then central Maryland. So this would actually be more of central Maryland here in Barnesville. So two little areas that we could be experiencing those wind gusts upwards of like 70 miles an hour there according to velocity. But the most impressive one by far right now is this one, damaging wind-wise, moving into northeastern Virginia here near Buck Hall, Yorkshire, and those surrounding areas. When do you think Virginia Beach will be in the clear? It's going to be a long time, man. Long time. Virginia Beach is on the far east side of the severe watch, so you guys will be getting severe storms as the system starts to exit. So you guys aren't under the gun imminently for severe weather. It's going to be more of maybe 6 o'clock Eastern, maybe even later than that you guys start getting the better chance for severe weather out there. Wow, really good area of rotation here in St. Mary's. I mean, it's not like a strong tornado imminent or anything like that, but for today's standards, a really good area of rotation trying to come together here. Definitely could get a tornado at any given second off of this storm. For sure. So make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in that tornado warning in Johnsonburg, St. Mary's, in central Pennsylvania. And we have that other tornado warning back up here in New York. It's not impressive. I mean, there was a tiny little area of weak rotation, but it never really got to the point where I thought it was about to drop a tornado. It's still possible, still being your safe spot, but it's not as concerning of an area of rotation as the one we're seeing there in Johnsburg, Pennsylvania. I expect 7 named, 2-3 hurricanes, 0 majors. I mean, I wouldn't disagree much with that. If I had to put out another forecast, I would probably go with 9 named storms, 3 hurricanes, 1 major. That's probably what I would say. But even that might be pushing it. Our El Nino is very, very, very strong. So that's creating a lot of wind shear out there across the entire Atlantic Basin, really. Entire northern Atlantic Basin. And that's preventing really anything from happening out there. We did have a 10% AOI off the to the west of Cape Verde, but they removed that. And even the Eastern Pacific, I don't believe this became a hurricane. It was forecasted to become Category 2, but I don't think it ever did. I don't think it even became Cat 1. And then we do have this one that's going to likely become a tropical storm, possibly even a Cat 1 hurricane. And we'll have to watch about a week to 10 days out for that to become a tropical storm as well. But really, I think the Western Pacific is going to be where much of the major cyclone activity will be. Like between the Eastern Pacific, the Atlantic, and we'll throw the Indian Ocean in there too. I think the West Pacific is going to be the most active. However, towards the peak of hurricane season, the Eastern Pacific, it might compete with the Western Pacific. Because I do think the Eastern Pacific could be a hyperactive hurricane season. I think that is very much possible. That tornado warning in New York is for just over 32,000 people. Goes till 3:15 Eastern. Only 10 more minutes left on that. I expect a new tornado warning to come out pretty soon for an extension of this tornado warning storm in Pennsylvania. Because that's a very good area of rotation. That is a very, very good area of rotation. By the way, all these blue boxes you see on screen, if you're new to the channel, don't know what they are, those are strong storms. So some of them are for 40 mile an hour winds, some for 45, Others could be for upwards of 50 to 55 mile an hour winds. Some could be for 0.25 inch hail, 0.5 inch hail. That is a step lower than a severe. So when a storm first fires, you might see those blue boxes go up, and then you'll end up seeing those yellow to orange boxes start going up for severe thunderstorms. Or you may see as a storm starts to die out, you know, that yellow polygon's on it at first, and then once it starts dying out, they may put a blue polygon on it, which is a special weather statement. At least on this site. On Weatherwise, I have it as blue. I know some people put it as brown, but I can't see the brown as easy as I can see the light blue. I feel like August to go and feel like August to go nuts for the Eastern Pacific. I was trying to add extra words to that in my brain and couldn't read it right. Considerable flash flood warning. That's going to be this one out here. So we got a newly upgraded considerable flash flood warning in central New Jersey. Includes Hopewell Township, Princeton, East Windsor going into Monroe Township, Old Bridge Township, Middleton. Make sure you guys seek higher ground immediately. That is a considerable flash flood warning. So seek higher ground. During a flash flood, you seek higher ground. During a severe storm or tornado warning, you seek lower ground. So make sure you get to higher ground if you are in that considerable flash flood warning, especially if you are in a flood-prone area. And some of these reports here, let's see. This one is... so these are flood reports that are coming out, these little green dots. So flood reports coming out there, especially around the old town bridge, I can't English anymore. The Old Bridge Township area back towards South Brunswick in New Jersey. Make sure you guys especially seek higher ground if you're in a flood-prone area. So this is going to be the cluster of storms that ends up being your main event in eastern Ohio and into southwestern New York and western Pennsylvania. That's going to be the main area to watch for you guys, is going to be that cluster. Let's see. We should have a new HRRR in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this up. Put this over here. Do that. And do that. Flashbang. Should have warned y'all. My bad. And here comes the 18Z HRRR. I just wanted to see what that has. See, that still has a very large line making its way through western New York, northwestern PA, northeastern Ohio, right in that area. And you can see after dark, that really dies out wind gust-wise. After about 9 p.m., that's when your main wind threat starts to die out. So your peak wind threat is from now till probably about 7 p.m. I'd say that is your peak. From now, 3 p.m. Eastern, all the way till 7 Eastern will be your peak damaging wind threat. Your peak tornado threat it has to be now. I mean, really. Considering we've consistently had these tornado warnings, I'd have to imagine it's now. So this is your significant tornado parameter. And the main area I'm watching here... Two main areas. I'm watching right in here and right up in here. Those are kind of the two sharp areas where I think we could see tornado potential. Kind of the sharp boundary accesses. So that's where I think our two areas of tornado potential will be the greatest. And then also where it's not that bad where we have that active tornado warning. We go back to the supercell, significant tornado parameter rather, where we have that active tornado warning out in this vicinity here. It's not that bad for ingredients. tornado-wise. So if we're going to get a good tornado threat out here in our tornado watch area, I think it's for sure going to be in this area here. And it's going to come down to if we can get discrete storms in that area over the next 2 hours or so. Because your most favorable environment will be most likely in the next 2 hours or so in that tornado watch. Yeah, it especially the environment dies down in 3 hours, 6 p.m. Eastern. That's when your tornado environment rapidly dies out. So I wouldn't rule out a few tornadoes there, maybe one strong. And then also back up here in New York, a few tornadoes, maybe even one strong. And then here in Pennsylvania, I wouldn't rule out the same. So all three of these areas, I'd be watching out for a few tornadoes and a strong tornadoes possible in all three of those areas. But that strong tornado potential is not high. It is not high by any means. Fairly low strong tornado potential. Let's see. Just got a severe thunderstorm warning for North Wilkesboro Speedway. The NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race concluded not but about 30 minutes ago out there. And there will be NASCAR Cup Series qualifying in North Wilkesboro Speedway in about an hour and 45 minutes. So let's see if they mention that. Sometimes they do, sometimes they do. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But that's definitely going to be a very populated, impacted severe thunderstorm warning. I can tell you this, the population of that being 50,000 is wrong. There is most likely an additional 100,000 plus people in that vicinity. Because you have, like I said, you have Truck Series and Cup Series both in that area. So definitely, hopefully everybody is out of the grandstands and seeking shelter, best shelter they can. I wonder if there's any chance for a tornado in North Carolina out of that storm. If there's even just the slightest amount of wind shear, I'm gonna chase it after strain. Never know when your last storm chase is going to end up being for the year, so who knows? Today and tomorrow, today might be my last slight risk. I'm not in the slight tomorrow, am I? Nope. Well, it's not going to be my last slight risk, most likely, because I am in the days, what, 5? Yeah, okay. Okay. So, hopefully I'll either be able to chase today or Wednesday. It'd be nice. Most likely 50 to upwards of 60 mile an hour winds for Pittsburgh later today. I guess they're not going to continue that tornado warning. Nope, it's expired. So you can see these storms have the curvature with them, but there's not a lot of inflow. So I'm curious. Oh, wind shear is not bad at all. 150 0 to 1 kilometer SRH, which is really good. That is actually really good. That's enough to even have a local strong tornado threat. Let's see. Yeah, back up here in western New York, it's a very large cluster of severe storms that is just training over the same area. Oh, they did continue it. There you go. So tornado warning does continue. Honestly, it really doesn't look that impressive now. But they are... they are continuing that tornado warning, so get to your safe spot if you're in that warned area. Not a whole lot happening in our severe thunderstorm watch back out here from Michigan to Illinois to eastern Ohio. Not really a whole lot of severe activity. We've got a few isolated strong storms, but not a lot of severe storms out there. Let's go to our reflectivity here. Yeah, those storms could strengthen a little bit further out throughout the day. Wouldn't rule out a few 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, maybe a random one up to 70 there in Ohio, Indiana, southeastern Michigan, and far eastern Illinois. Hello, Legacy. Glad to see you in here. Welcome to the stream. We are at 14 severe thunderstorm warnings. We're down to just one tornado warning. That's your newest tornado warning that just got issued recently out here in St. Mary's, central Pennsylvania. So make sure you're in your safe spot there. Get to your safe spot immediately, as that storm could drop a tornado. If you haven't already or just tuning in, make sure you hit that like button. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. Helps spread us out to the YouTube algorithm. It's really, really appreciated. And if you're new to the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button with a notification bell set to all so you know when we go live in the future, because we will be going live for these future severe thunderstorm threats. I don't know if we'll be live tomorrow. Tomorrow's threat is really just a downburst threat in the Carolinas. It's not a big threat for hail or tornadoes. We can't rule out a brief spin up tornado. We can't rule out up to 1-inch hail. But the main threat is going to just be 60-mile-an-hour winds and a random gust up to 70 miles per hour in North Carolina, Virginia, and South Carolina tomorrow. Monday, I know for sure, we'll be live for at least a briefing, maybe even coverage, depending on if it up or down trends. And then Tuesday will most likely be live as well. Monday and Tuesday are both nearly guaranteed live streams. Wednesday, I might be chasing, or the threat might just be downbursts like tomorrow. And, of course, we're already live today. I'm leaving North Carolina tomorrow. Well, hopefully you enjoyed your stay. Hopefully, I know you went to a good area, so you went to one of the areas that has a lot to do in North Carolina. I did see Canada has an extreme risk today. I sure did. I forgot exactly where it was. It was, I think it's like right out in that vicinity, somewhere out in here. I did see that. Even the potential for a long track tornado today. But I must say, I don't see it. I really don't see a big tor threat up there. I mean, I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado or two, 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail up there, but I don't see a long track tornado threat. Can't fully rule out a strong tornado, but the environment in southern New Jersey is more impressive. Yeah, it looks like this storm in St. Mary's has fallen apart tornado-wise. Still stay in your safe spot there. Still stay in your safe spot. But just to kind of make you a little bit less scared. It seems like the storm is dying out rotation-wise. Still want to be in your safe spot, though. There's no active tornado alerts outside of that single one in Pennsylvania. So there is a chance for tornadoes, especially in central New York, western to central New York, and then an isolated one in southern New Jersey. But none of those are imminent. No imminent tornadoes there. This one in Trenton, I don't think that would be much of a problem tornado-wise, but one of these are going to have the opportunity to produce a tornado or two. It just depends if storms will stay discreet. We'll have to watch this, though, for Trenton. Keep an eye on that in Trenton, going towards Freehold in New Jersey. could end up with a tornado threat there. And this is one of those tricky situations, right? Because if you're watching from like the West Windsor area, you're in a considerable flash flood warning, but now you're in a severe storm. So what do? Do you seek higher ground, or do you go towards your safe spot? Because there's a lot of lightning with this. So it's kind of an in-between. If you're in a flood-prone area, it's tricky. It's tricky because you don't want to seek higher ground because there's a lot of lightning with this storm, so that increases your odds to be struck. But if you go to lower ground, there's a chance for flooding. So it's a very difficult situation when you end up with something like a flash flood warning and severe thunderstorm warning overlapping. Unfortunately, it's just going to be a call that you personally have to make. If you're in a flood-prone area, make which one's more threatening to your life. You're going to have to make the call yourself. It's very, very tricky. It's a really tricky situation. We've ended up with it before. We've had a tornado warning inside of a flash flood warning before. Matter of fact, I believe we had one literally the other day in Texas. Hello, Sam. Welcome to the stream. What's going on? A lot of severe storms and a few tornado warnings. Right now, we only have one active tornado warning, but we've had somewhere right around the realms of 10 or so tornado warnings today. Did June 11th or June 17th have a higher ceiling? I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm tracking severe weather now, not from a month ago. That hurricane looks promising. No, it doesn't. I don't mean to be rude, but like there's actually people on social media who have shared model runs of it becoming a Cat 2 hurricane. It has very slim to no chance to be a hurricane. It is likely to produce heavy rain and some isolated flash flooding across the southern coastlines of the U.S., western Florida, southern Alabama, southern Mississippi, southwest Georgia. It is possible that it becomes a tropical depression, and I won't rule out a very weak, brief tropical storm. I think the worst case scenario is a weak, brief tropical storm. I don't see hurricane potential with it, and I don't even see mid-tier tropical storm potential with it. So watch out, because there is a model that showed it becoming a Category 2 hurricane, borderline major hurricane, and it's full on garbage. It's dead wrong. It's a model that is notorious for being 100% inaccurate. It has never been correct before with a hurricane heading towards the US or a tropical storm in the Gulf. It's never been right with it. It always overdoes it. And in this case, it's probably overdoing it considerably. I'd have to imagine the max sustained winds this thing gets to is 40 miles per hour, and that model run is showing it probably closer to 100 to 115 mile an hour sustained. I'd have to go look at it myself, but I don't want to show you guys it because it's a very bad model run. It's not going to happen. Let's see. Yeah, so we'll go back to North Carolina again. The worst severe storms now heading towards North Wilkesboro Speedway. Once more, there's a NASCAR Cup Series practice that will occur here in about, actually it might be qualifying. I believe so. I believe it's qualifying here in an hour and 35 minutes. I expect that to be delayed. There's a lot of severe weather in the area here, and these storms are not particularly fast moving. What are they moving at? Like maybe 30, 40? 25. Definitely not fast moving. 25. So it's going to take a good hour before these storms move out of here. So if you're at North Wilkesboro Speedway waiting for that qualifying, just take note. It's going to be probably 5 o'clock before anything happens. Maybe a little bit later, pending lightning delay. Let's see. I live in Morganton, North Carolina. Not much happened. Winding down now. Glad to hear that. There is some damage reports to your west. Wind damage reports. Trees and lines down. Let's see what this one is. More trees and lines down. Power lines down. So a lot of trees and power lines down, sounds like, just off to your west. But glad nothing happened. At least in downtown. There's no reports of anything either. Some severe storms making their way through South Hill. Very electric thunderstorms. Very, very electric thunderstorms out here across South Hill. No surprise there. These storms are fueled by a high-end amount of instability. There is 4,500 surface-based instability here. Typically, we only need 1,000. Really only 1,000. Sometimes we're actually getting closer and closer to the time of the year where you can even get severe storms with 500 instability. So 500 to 1,000 Cape is all you really need for severe storms out here. And we've got 1,000, actually 4,500. So we've got, you could just say 4 times the amount you actually need for these storms to be severe in South Central Virginia. With that type of instability too, and I know we do have a lot of D-Cape, which is downdraft Cape. It helps increase damaging winds. There's a pocket of 1,200 downdraft Cape there, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is producing 70-mile-an-hour winds here east of South Hill, heading towards Lawrenceville. So if you're watching from Lawrenceville, Virginia, Dolphin, Warfield, kind of this area right in here, that's where this pocket of what I think could be 70-mile-an-hour winds moving your way. Thankfully, these storms up towards Maryland and D.C. have weakened. They used to be producing 70-mile-an-hour winds, and even a brief tornado was possible with them. We got 2 tornado warnings out of these storms earlier. They don't look very significant at the moment, but a lot of heavy rain and a whole lot of lightning, and we still can't rule out some gusts upwards of 60 miles an hour there. Welcome to the stream, Mark. Glad to have you in here. How are New York City and New Jersey area looking as far as tornadoes and severe storms for the rest of the day and tonight? So the good news is we've had a lot of heavy rain around that vicinity, and that has actually weakened the environment to where the environment is not as favorable north of where that heavy rain shower is ongoing. Bad news is there's now some flash flooding that is occurring just to the north of that up towards Brookside in New Jersey. As for New York City, I think you're not going to get anything too crazy. I think because we have these training thunderstorms to your south, that's going to keep the worst of the storms off to your south. There is going to be the chance for some damaging winds and maybe a brief spin-up tornado towards about 10 o'clock later on, very late this evening. So keep an eye on that, but hopefully storms will be weakening and dying out by then. So even though you are technically in the highest risk for damaging winds that we have today, you're in a particularly good spot because storms have already rolled through and taken up that very good environment. Now to your south out here towards central New Jersey, that's an area we're watching very closely. This is where a boundary has set up and is actually a local area that could experience a few tornadoes, maybe even one strong. You can see we just got a severe for 70-mile-an-hour winds here for Allentown as well. So we'll watch that for a few tornadoes, maybe even one strong out there in central New Jersey. STP values. New severe right in that area. Look at that. Perfect timing. 60-mile-an-hour winds, 0.75-inch hail. STP is not particularly high. The effective layer is at 3 out here, which is still enough for a strong tornado. It is still enough for a strong tornado. If we take a look here, this is using the soundings in the WeatherWise app. And if you're watching from TikTok, it's very difficult to see this. It's very smushed. But if you're watching on the YouTube side of things, you can very clearly see this entire chart here. So we have some curvature in the mid and lower levels. That's why that red piece is kind of curving like that. That is a favorable hodograph is what that's called for the potential of a few tornadoes. And we have this says 2,300 cape. It's closer to actually 3,000, 3,500 at this moment. And then we also do have 1,000, not 1,000, my bad. 164 0 to 1 SRH and about 250 0 to 3 kilometer SRH, which is plenty of wind shear for a few tornadoes, 1 or 2 strong. It all comes down to if these storms are discrete. If they are going to be messy like this, which it looks like they are, see how we have all these storms are like right next to each other? They're all in proximity to each other. That's very, very good. That means they're fighting for that very good environment. None of them are by themselves fully to where they can take advantage of that favorable environment. That tornado warning in Pennsylvania, they are continuing it for 13 more minutes. Just little areas of rotation here. I don't really see anything too notable there. I'd have to imagine they're just going to let that expire and not continue it. Yeah, there's a few models going out on the good old Twitter, getting popular right now because they show a hurricane forming in the Gulf. Damaging wind threat will continue, particularly where surface heating has been greater. And that is going to be a new mesoscale discussion for roughly in this area here. Roughly in this vicinity. That is in effect till 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Wind damage will be possible in those areas over the next 1 to 2 hours. Those areas being the activity that is currently in southwestern Ontario, starting to move into western New York now, and far northwestern Pennsylvania. Perhaps a tornado. Perhaps a tornado. That is extremely low wording. Very, very low wording. So we don't really have to worry about too much of a tornado threat up here. Let's go to, let's see here. I believe we only have that one considerable severe. There's no other considerables here. That's our only significant severe storm. And that's the one in Freehold. In New Jersey. Oops. So yeah. If y'all haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. I know we have quite a bit of new people in here watching. So thank you to the already 20 people who have subscribed today. It's greatly appreciated. Helps support the channel a lot. And like I said, we're going to be covering. I don't think we'll cover much tomorrow, if at all. It's it's a much more local area and a considerably lower risk than today. But I do plan to at least do a briefing, maybe coverage on Monday, depending on how high that severe threat gets, and then same for Tuesday. Monday and Tuesday look like they could be similar intensity of severe storms as today. Ceiling for Monday? Like, what do you mean ceiling? Like, categorical risk-wise is moderate, for sure. I think it will go enhanced. I don't particularly know exactly where, though. I haven't done a in-depth model look today. Just based off of doing a very brief look. Holy crap. That's all I gotta say. Yeah, probably gonna get a day 2 enhanced risk based off of that look. Yeah, I think we will end up with a enhanced risk for Monday. I think that slight risk, I still think it needs to come more to the southeast. I think that slight needs to be more like this. And then I believe we will end up with probably a enhanced risk in roughly this area in here. And that will most likely be a enhanced risk for damaging winds. Although, to be honest with you, I wouldn't even rule out an intense tornado threat Monday. We'll have to get some more specifics on it and how everything ends up looking, and morning convection, especially. Morning convection is going to play a huge role. A huge, huge role in Monday. A very huge role. Matter of fact, don't we have a model run that goes out that far? Let's see. RFSA 12Z. Where is... Oh, I'm on the wrong site. You know, this one will do just fine, though. Let's go and pull this all the way out. This is the 19th, so that's tomorrow. 20th is Monday. This is your morning convection rolling on through. It doesn't have too much morning convection. It definitely has some. Let's check the instability. Yikes. You can see a big chunk of that is completely gone. So that would definitely hurt the entire area where I just drew minutes ago for that enhanced risk. But yeah, you can see it goes right over that same area, right where I was talking about. Stuff really starts sparking up about 7, 8 p.m. Eastern. Rolls right through that area. What's the Cape, though? Yeah, it didn't recover very well. But I do think that we'll end up with an enhanced risk. Right now, I'm thinking in that vicinity. But it may be further off to the north. It definitely could be further off to the north. If I go and show you the NAM 12K, and I go and show you the, let's see. Show you the Cape here. Yeah, look at that. That is for Monday at 8 o'clock. Definitely could be a much more widespread, significant, severe threat if that does occur. So a lot of uncertainty on morning convection. It's going to come down to morning convection on if Monday will be a moderate risk caliber day or a enhanced risk caliber day. Day 3 and oh shoot, I forgot they had another update today. Yeah, it is. It's a big day 3 enhanced. It sure is. I forgot they had a update today. I forgot they had a second update. There you go. Much larger. So I was thinking like just down right in here, but nope. They did. They went all the way up into Wisconsin. I'm used to doing these briefings at like 6 o'clock. So I thought we already had the outlook. But there you go. Day 3 enhanced risk. Swaths of damaging winds will be the most likely hazard. Corridors of significant wind will be possible, with some models indicating a bimodal distribution, one in northern Wisconsin and one in northern Iowa. However, the environment across the entire area ahead of the cold front will conditionally support severe storms despite uncertainties. The overall synoptically evident upper wave and ample instability has supported an upgrade to an enhanced risk. Zero mention of the word tornado. Let me just skim through this again. I may have skimmed through it too quick, but I see no mention of any tornado threat. I see no mention of a tornado threat. But it still comes down to that morning convection, because if that morning convection is more widespread, you could say goodbye to much of your risk. However, if that morning convection is not as widespread, you could say hello to a derecho. That's going to be for Monday, so we'll have to see which way that thing trends. And there you go. We did get a upgrade to a significant severe for Lawrenceville for 70-mile-an-hour winds. You can see that pocket of velocity has increased both in wind speed and in size. It's increased in wind speeds and in size there. And that is for Virginia. So if you're in that area, Lawrenceville, Dolphin, Egerton, right around the I-85 corridor, I say get to your safe spot, because that's pretty significant damaging winds. You don't have to be in your safe spot. You don't have to be, but I recommend it. Let's see. I didn't see them say derecho. I don't believe they did. So 2 more minutes left on that tornado warning. Two more minutes left on that tornado warning. And then all these are just ordinary severes. Just be away from doors and windows. You'll be fine. None of these are significant like the one in southeastern Virginia. But there's definitely some little pockets of damaging winds that could produce upwards of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Let's go back down to Maryland here. Northeastern Maryland. So far northeastern Maryland, like back out here towards Perryman. We've got a severe storm for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So just be away from doors and windows. But a more interesting one is actually the one going into Baltimore here. 60-mile-an-hour winds are definitely possible. You could kind of see this bowing shape on this storm. That means there's a lot of winds pushing behind it and trying to force that storm forward very quickly. And that could increase the overall chance for damaging winds. And it's also a lot of lightning. So a lot of lightning, very heavy rain, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. I wouldn't even rule out a gust upwards of 70-mile-an-hour winds as this rolls into Baltimore in northeastern Maryland here over about the next 15 minutes. And something just happened tornado warning wise. Did we get a new one, or is that tornado warning dropped? The tornado warning has been dropped. Tornado warning dropped. So we are officially tornado warningless. Weather Warrior, I wouldn't even be surprised if that is actually going to be a day 3 enhanced as well. It would not shock me if we get a day 3 enhanced for Tuesday. We have one for Monday, and I think Tuesday is actually might be a little bit higher ceiling damaging wind-wise and tornado-wise on Tuesday compared to Monday. I'd have to wait for some higher resolution model data that comes in tonight to say exactly how high in, but let me go to this real quick. We can at least look at the NAM. Wow. That's StormNet. That's StormNet. If you haven't looked at StormNet, I highly recommend stormnet.ai. That's very, very useful A very useful tool. So this is supercell composite, and wow, that is a day 3 enhanced if I've ever seen one. I don't know about for tornadoes, but for damaging winds, 100%. 100%. You may be saying, where would it be? Well, let me go ahead and show you. Show you right now. So here's the day 4. Where would I put the enhanced risk? I would extend this slight. I'd push that slight risk up to the northeast and to the east, maybe a little south. And then I would put the enhanced risk probably from DC, Baltimore, Philadelphia, all the way back through Pittsburgh, and then all the way back to maybe close to Cincinnati. That's where I would put it at. That is right where I would put the enhanced risk. Maybe a little bit further to the west. It's tricky because I think the highest tornado threat, I believe the highest tornado threat is going to be focused in this corridor here. But I think the highest wind threat will be focused towards a little bit more of the population further to the east, towards Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, and then also back out, overlapping with that highest tornado risk. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if we get a day 3 enhanced, and it wouldn't surprise me if they wait till the afternoon outlook like they did for Monday. So if you're just tuning in, we just got new information. Monday has been upgraded to a categorical risk level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk for severe storms across Wisconsin, a sliver of Michigan into Minnesota, sliver of Illinois, and also northeastern Iowa. They have included a 30% SIG 1 risk for significant damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour being likely across this area. We could even see a gust upwards of 90 miles per hour being possible by the time we get to the day 1 outlook if morning convection doesn't kill half the event. There's a chance for morning convection in this area here. And if that happens, what it will do is it will stop the warm sector. So instead of the warm sector going way up here, even off your screen, like the warm sector going almost all the way up into Canada, what that morning convection could do is that morning convection could actually stop the warm sector like right here. Way further off to the south. We'll have to see which one looks more likely. If you look at the NAM has that warm sector pretty far north. Very far north. You have your main cold front here and your warm front way up here. But we also have another model one, like the RFSA, and this is old. Don't worry, that's the wrong time frame. It likes to reset back to hour 0, so I gotta pull it out myself. This is the RFSA, which isn't too bad, but notice how the cape is a lot less, and that's because of that morning convection. You can see you don't have 4,000 or 6,000 cape up here, or even 3,000. You've got a widespread area of... Was that thunder? Might have just heard that lightning strike all the way from Martinsville. I'm gonna lose power. But yeah, on that particular model run, we didn't have as much cape, and the cape was a lot more narrow. You can see there's not a whole lot of cape down in this area, and it's a much more thin area of lower instability. So I do agree with the risk upgrade to enhanced, though. I think they've pulled it a little early, but I agree with it. I do find it crazy how they don't even mention tornadoes being possible, though. Seems a little odd, because I do think a few tornadoes, and maybe even 1 or 2 strong, will be possible. Find it odd that they don't mention a tornado threat. Is there a chance for a tornado watch for southwestern Connecticut? No. Most likely that will be a severe watch later on today. This area will probably be put into a severe watch later today. This area right here, let me circle that a little bit better. That area. How can I hear this storm? It sounds like it's right outside my window, and it's like 25 miles. Okay, that's a huge over exaggeration. 12 miles to my west, and I can hear it out there. That's crazy. The Weather Channel app. You're funny. Yeah, we're not big Weather Channel likers on this channel. We like to forecast the weather ourselves. But yeah, there is the possibility of a tornado or two in New York. But every time I use the Weather Channel app, it's dead wrong. Hey, you want to know the worst one, though? Apple Weather. Apple Weather, man. If you want the most inaccurate forecast, Apple Weather, man. I'm telling you. Anything's better than that. You would probably do better if you just look on your own model. If you just look at the model run sites and you don't even know what you're looking at, that's probably better than what Apple Weather would tell you. Because I've seen some people literally have screenshots of Apple Weather saying like legit 200 inches of snow for a snowstorm that drops actually like 1 to 3 inches. Models are struggling with how the lower level jet does on Monday. Monday will have a lower level jet. The biggest question would be Tuesday's lower level jet, but Monday should have a good lower level jet. Especially in Wisconsin, as long as instability isn't too thin and narrow and weak. But I mean, come on, at least a tornado or two, right, Tracy? If not the potential for strong tornadoes, at least a tornado or two. They didn't even say a tornado is possible. They literally didn't even mention tornado once in the outlook. I would not use Apple Weather. The Weather Channel's okay. Like I said, I'm not a big lover of it, but it's okay. It's definitely better than Apple Weather. What I liked the most was WeatherBug. If that's still a thing. Yeah, WeatherBug. WeatherBug was really, really nice. If you're not like a big weather enthusiast and you're just someone who wants to know the weather, WeatherBug seemed to be the most accurate. I got that for some of my family members who like the weather, but they're not like trying to get into meteorology like that, like learn college wise about it. Does Tuesday have a higher ceiling than Monday? Tuesday looks more likely to produce overall significant severe weather and tornadoes than Monday, but Monday has a higher ceiling. Like if we don't get morning convection on Monday, Monday will almost undoubtedly be a higher severe threat than Tuesday. But I have more confidence in Tuesday's overall severe threat compared to Monday. I'll do a post about both of them on Twitter later on in the day, though. For sure. I'll have 2 updates on Twitter later on today discussing Monday and Tuesday. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Wilkesboro. My word, I really hope everybody at North Wilkesboro track is indoors. Man. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna just do a quick tweet on this. Bear with me just a moment. Oh, tornado warning. There we go. It would help if I could spell that. There you go. All right, where's that tornado warning at? Pennsylvania. Limestone, Pennsylvania. And Somerville, Pennsylvania. Get to your safe spot. Tornado warning is in effect. Make sure you get away from doors and windows and go to your safe spot. All right. Good to go. I had to get that out real quick. Still, I can still hear that thunder. That little guy. I just heard that little guy right there. All right, let's go to this severe in Roanoke, Virginia that was recently issued here. So 60-mile-an-hour winds, 0.75-inch hail moving through the area, very heavy rain, some frequent lightning possible. Just stay away from doors and windows. You will be perfectly fine. No tornado threat with that. It's just your average severe storm with some heavy rain and isolated damaging winds. But yeah, this cluster towards North Wilkesboro Speedway, very, very, very concerning. A lot of lightning with that. I want to go back up to that tornado warning that we just got back up here in central Pennsylvania for Limestone. Not particularly impressive, but there is a little area of rotation that seems to be attempting to strengthen. So if you are in Limestone, going down towards Shannondale, Kingsville, Somerville, Healthville, any more villes out here? Emmericville, Mechanicsville. If you guys are in any of those ville areas in Pennsylvania, you're inside of a tornado warning, and there's a little area of rotation that is attempting to produce a brief, weak tornado. Let's see. Do you expect day 3 enhanced tomorrow? Yeah, I think so, yeah. In the afternoon update. I wouldn't rule it out in the morning update, but I think it's most likely in the afternoon. Hold on. What was that other comment? Possible tornado. Not right now. If it was, it would have been from a past storm. I believe we've had like two, maybe 3 tornado warnings in that vicinity today. So it would be a past storm, if so. It wouldn't be an ongoing one. Unless it's unwarned, which I don't see anything that looks definitive enough to call out an unwarned tornado anywhere. The only storm that looks like it could be tornadic out here is this one here going towards Covert, and eventually South Lansing. That's more towards central New York, not really back up in northwest New York. Uh-oh. I'm gonna lose my power, y'all, ain't I? This little guy right here looks like it's trying to target literally right over my my city here. I'm gonna get cooked by heavy rain, and that's enough to knock out the power here. Yeah, so none of these storms are extremely concerning. There's really 3 storms that I'm watching the most. The 70-mile-an-hour severe storm, which is the most concerning severe storm heading towards Stony Creek in southeastern Virginia. 70-mile-an-hour winds possible there. Another one is North Wilkesboro Speedway severe storm. And that's because there's a lot more people there than normal because of the NASCAR race, both today, practice and qualifying today, and also the main event tomorrow. A lot of lightning in that area, and there's definitely thousands of people there. And then another one we're watching is the tornado warning up here in Limestone, Pennsylvania. Little area of rotation there. Doesn't look particularly intense or like it's going to drop a tornado right now. It could drop a tornado in the future, so you want to make sure you're in your safe spot. But it doesn't look extremely concerning. But you do want to be in your safe spot, just in case. And thankfully, we haven't seen the ceiling of today's event occur out here in New Jersey. These storms have stayed messy, and that has resulted in more of a messy mode, but we have still seen 60 to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts out here. It looks like morning convection is likely on Monday, so it's all going to come down to how it destabilizes after that morning convection, which is very, very different on the model run you look at. Here's the NAM 3K, and that shows 2 very, very clear distinctions of your greatest threat for severe weather. The area where I called out an enhanced risk being likely at here in Illinois and Iowa, southern Wisconsin, and another one towards central and northern Wisconsin. This would be by far the primary area for the potential of an MCS. Some large hail and a few tornadoes, maybe 1 or 2 strong. But if you're looking at the best chance for a intense EF3 tornado, I feel like that would be back up here towards kind of central and northern Wisconsin, where the best lower level jet would be. However, the NAM 3K at least, not particularly fond of a very upper echelon environment in central and northern Wisconsin at the moment for Monday. Good morning, convection, kill Tuesday. It could, but only to an extent. Yeah, it definitely could lower the tornado threat and the wind threat and the hail threat. But I still think Monday is likely going to end up being a day where enhanced risk is going to be very much needed. I think, this is what I think. I think it's going to be an enhanced risk worthy day like it already is. But in order for it to go moderate, you're going to have to get rid of that morning convection. or you're going to have insane destabilization, which it is possible. It is possible for insane destabilization, especially with it being mid to now going in towards late July. But you're really going to need very, very little morning convection. And that all comes down to the MCS that is possible up in North Dakota, maybe into Canada. Could be a few semi-discrete storms that turn into an MCS there tomorrow night. Yeah, tomorrow night. Is there a slight risk tomorrow up there? Oh, yes, there is. How come ain't nobody told me I missed that the whole time? Yeah, so in addition to the downbursts in the Carolinas possible, we got a big old level 2 out of 5 slight risk up here for severe storms. Brief tornado can't be ruled out, but the main risk is 60 to 70 mile an hour winds and also the potential for 1.5 inch hail. I'm telling you, I'm hearing a lot more lightning out here. This isn't picking up much of it, but I'm hearing some lightning out there. Ooh. Look at that. That's off to my west by about, give or take, 45 minutes. Let's see. Yeah, still with that tornado warning out here towards just barely south of Brooksville for Somerville. Still not, again, particularly interested with much of that rotation. It's just weak rotation, brief tornado possible there. It looks a little bit better on that newest scan, but it's hard to say for sure because we are far from the radar. And they have indeed downgraded the severe storm out here north of Emporia, just to the northeast of Lawrenceville, as that is starting to die out. And then North Wilkesboro Speedway getting absolutely bombarded with heavy rain, lightning, 40 to 60 mile an hour winds, half-inch hail. Yeah, we do have some storms firing in northwest Ohio. These will most likely stay clustered and then form up into a very sloppy, messy, disorganized line. I don't expect a large MCS to form out of those or anything too significant. If we get a good, solid, large MCS today, it's going to probably come from the storm that is going towards Erie, Pennsylvania right now. Which, by the way, just went severe warned. So, I know we had someone from Erie earlier in the chat, and you're now in a severe storm for 60 mile an hour winds, 0.75 inch hail, heavy rain, and frequent lightning. Again, no tornado warning in New York. Only tornado warning active in the U.S. is out here for Somerville, Pennsylvania. And it looks like that area of rotation getting a little bit more defined here. Trying to use both of our radar sites. You see a little bit more inflow here, so this is starting to rotate a little bit better. A little bit better chance for a tornado out of this storm as it heads over Somerville in central Pennsylvania. Yeah, again, no tornado warnings anywhere in the state of New York. So we'll keep monitoring that. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning in southwestern, far southwestern New York, the very last county of southwest New York there. For 0.75 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. Is this what I think is going to eventually be a pretty large line of strong to severe storms begins to go into New York, Pennsylvania, and then eventually far northeastern Ohio. How's a flash flood warning around Lawrence Township, New Jersey? I actually was looking at that very frequently earlier. It is a considerable flash flood warning, which means there's a significant flooding that is ongoing. Let's see. These are not too accurate, so you know what we're going to do? We're going to go to MRMS. This gives us a more accurate idea of how much rain may have fallen. Good news is it's not a historic rainfall. Actually, maybe a bit of historic rainfall, little bit, about once in every 5 to 10 years in your Old Bridge Township, but not in your area. As for the rainfall, yeah, you could see all the flooding. This is the last 3 hours of rainfall. You could see up to 3 inches in Old Bridge Township there, back towards you about 1.5 inches, maybe upwards of 2 out in that area. So it shouldn't be anything bad as long as you're not in a very flood-prone area. If you're living right next to a creek that floods often with even just 1 inch of rain, that's when it becomes a problem. But if you're living in like the downtown area, you're going to be most likely perfectly fine. But I would definitely take note of where higher ground is, just in case flash flooding does become an even bigger concern. The good news is, though, you most likely won't get a lot more rain until late this evening. There's really not going to be much rain in the area, at least in that particular area, until later today. There is a chance for a thunderstorm about 6 o'clock, but I think your best chance for rain will come later tonight towards about 11 p.m. as this line starts to die out on approach to you. Yeah, you can see these storms are strengthening a bit here towards like Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, so that could head up your way. Hopefully that stays off, just off to your south, though. Looking at Maryland right now, that's Maryland right there. There's a lot to cover, so I'm trying to juggle them. I mean, we've got severe storms in like 5 different states right now. That's really the only concerning storm in Maryland. And it's over Baltimore right now. Let's see. No, I don't think there will be a tornado over here in Logansport. This should be your only round of severe weather today, and it's not even severe, so just some heavy rain, lightning. There might be a gust up to 20 miles per hour or so there. Let's see. Thank you for the $2 donation. Greatly appreciate it. Let me go look in that area for you right now. There was a tornado warning very far off to your west in West Maryland. But no, there's no tornado actively in that area. The worst wind gusts are just off to your northeast, so there's probably some moderate to maybe isolated heavy rain depending on exactly where you are in this area, but no tornado. That should be... We'll have to see where this stuff goes. That might head your way. Let's see if this is moving northeast or southeast. Kind of moving due east. So that stuff could head your way. I'd watch that for severe weather later on in the day. But that storm that just went through should be your main round. But I wouldn't rule out this stuff also moving through as well. But if that stuff does get to you, the biggest problem will be 40-mile-an-hour winds, frequent lightning, heavy rain. Is it likely to hail? No, I don't think so. If it does hail, you're looking at like not quarter, my bad. You're looking at very small hail, like 0.25 inch in diameter. Very, very tiny. Spamming results in a timeout. You're not going to get warned since you spam too many times. But I will look at your comment. And yeah, we are looking at Indiana weather. There's just not much out there. It's just heavy rain and some lightning. You're perfectly fine out there. If you live anywhere in Indiana, there's not much at all. These storms are considerably weaker than we expected. You're in the slight risk, so these storms should have probably been strong to severe, but they are not. Most likely somebody in Indiana today will end up in a severe thunderstorm warning at some point, but not nearly as widespread and significant as originally expected in Indiana. If you do live in Indiana, another day to watch will be probably Wednesday, or rather, my bad, Tuesday. Very, very, very late Monday night, and then also Tuesday. Especially if you're in southeastern Indiana. If you're in southeastern Indiana, central southeast Indiana, Tuesday is definitely a day to watch. Bunker Hill, West Virginia. Let me see that. For some reason, it won't let me get it there, so I gotta go over here. Some light rain's about to move through, but the worst is already passed. So just some rain showers possible for the next hour or two, it looks like. Light rain. There might be an instance of some moderate rain. Maybe a random lightning strike, but the worst already moved through. You can see this was earlier today. And it got pretty rough out there. Yeah, it got really rough out there at about 2:24 Eastern Time, a little under 2 hours ago. Very, very frequent lightning, very heavy rain, and 60-mile-an-hour winds rolled right through that area about 2 hours ago. Got really rough in that region. Oh, good. This storm split, like, pretty much right over me. Is it raining? I can't tell. If it's raining, it's pretty light. I don't see anything crazy. Really good storm still heading towards Yadkinville there. Oh, considerable severe east of Richmond now. That's a significant severe thunderstorm warning for observed. So we've got confirmed 70-mile-an-hour winds here east of Richmond, as well as the possibility for 0.75-inch hail for the next 41 minutes. So observed 70-mile-an-hour winds here east of Richmond. I wonder where that report was. What was that from? Sometimes they put it in here, sometimes they don't. Some NWSs will say observed report from this general area, whatever they may say, or observed from this METAR or airport, Mesonet, something, but nope, not in here. So it's observed from somewhere in that polygon, I'd have to assume. I will check a different site to see if I can find it over here. Nope. I do not see it over here. Let's go to Northwest Ohio, where we just got a severe thunderstorm warning up here. Just to the southeast of Tifton for 60-mile-an-hour winds and 0.75-inch hail for the next 40 minutes. So stay away from doors and windows there. And we still have that active tornado warning south of, Brookville. This definitely could drop a brief tornado here shortly. So get to your safe spot if you are out here towards Green Valley, East Branch, Norman, Content, Barnes in central Pennsylvania. Will Philly get hit anymore? Yes. Philly's about to be hit here in, well, let's see if this is moving. I think this storm is moving due east. Yeah. So this is going to make its way into Philly here in probably a little over an hour. And some lightning and moderate rain will be possible. It looks like the storm is dying, but if it strengthens a bit more, you might even have the chance for up to 60-mile-an-hour winds in Philadelphia. in about an hour or a little bit longer than an hour. New severe thunderstorm warning for Harrisville, West Virginia. Make sure you guys get away from doors and windows as well. And that severe thunderstorm will put us up to 22 severe thunderstorms now. So plenty of severe thunderstorms. Our last max was 14. So we are well more than 14 severe thunderstorms now. Up to 22 severes and 1 tornado warning. Our max was 3 tornado warnings. I don't think we're going to get above that, honestly. I don't think there will be a point where we get any more than 3 more tornado warnings rather today. Severe storm is now heading towards Toms River, New Jersey, so make sure you get to your safe spot, or rather, I apologize, get away from doors and windows there. You don't have to get to your safe spot. If you want to, I mean, I'm not going to be against it because you still could get 60-mile-an-hour winds, which could be enough to blow in a window, pick up some objects, blow shingles off your roof, and if you're in a mobile home, it could do considerable damage to your mobile home. So you don't have to be in your safe spot. I would highly, highly recommend being away from doors and windows if you're in that severe, but I wouldn't be against going to your safe spot just in case. We also got a new considerable severe, another one out here. 2 of them, actually. 2 of them. We just got an upgraded significant severe for 70-mile-an-hour winds and 0.75-inch hail here on the east side of Baltimore in eastern Maryland. And that same storm is pushing off to the east where we have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which basically, if you're new to the channel, considerable is a significant severe. Typically, a considerable severe is going to have roughly 70-mile-an-hour winds, and it could also have a considerable severe, could also be for 1.75-inch hail to 2.5-inch hail. In this case, it's considerable for only wind, so the only significant hazard in that area is 70-mile-an-hour winds. The hail threat is very low, only up to 0.75-inch hail. So very, very low hail threat there, but decently high wind threat. So that puts us up to 23 severes now, which again is now a new record for today. I'm curious, weather-wise added a new feature here. And I want to see it. I figured it wouldn't be the most accurate. But yeah, they turned on wind particles, so you can see the wind flowing on velocity. And you could see that area of broad spin there too in the region we're watching for a potential tornado. Now, that particular area I do think is a little bit of corruption. I think the actual area of spin would be roughly a mile off to the west, more towards this area here. But it's at least cool so you can kind of see the winds there. And go over here. And you can see there's not much wind here in terms of rotation. Now, this area, there is definitely some damaging winds, though, upwards of 50 miles per hour possible, or rather, upwards of 60 miles per hour possible there. What is velocity for? Velocity is for depicting wind speeds. It's not the most accurate product, but it definitely helps with issuing the National Weather Service issuing tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings and figuring out, especially as storms get closer to the radar, exactly how strong they are. It's for measuring wind speeds. No, this is just something wrong with this area. Virginia is still 100% still inside the severe thunderstorm watch. They wouldn't remove the severe watch like that with all the severe storms ongoing. It will pop back up in, I don't know, maybe a few minutes. Sometimes it takes a while, but most of the time it's just another minute or two before it pops up. This thing's heading right up my way, too. Look at that. It's going to hit me head on in about an hour and a half. Maybe 2. South of Oil City. Hold on. It took me to another place. Pennsylvania. There you go. That's the right area. Yeah. One problem, though. Nope. Continuation there for your tornado warning. Not particularly strong. Not the problem I was thinking, but I had to check it real quick to see if it was a problem. It's not, but yeah, little area of rotation. It's not much I'd be worried about, though. But we did just get a new continuation for our tornado warning down here in Pennsylvania, central Pennsylvania. So there's that right there. So if you're in that highlighted pink and red polygon, that's our new tornado warning for the potential of a brief tornado to spin up over about the next 60 minutes or so. A little area of rotation there in Cool Spring, central Pennsylvania. We haven't had any tornadoes reported yet thus far out of these storms, which is a fantastic thing, but we could see a brief tornado or two at any moment out of this storm, especially with it being far from the radar. It would be hard to say if there is or isn't a tornado on the ground. Hold on, let me go ahead and fix this real quick. Perfect. We did get a new day 1 outlook, if I'm not mistaken. I fully missed that, by the way. Yeah, and I'm pretty surprised. I'm pretty surprised, not gonna lie. They've kept the entire 5% tornado risk, including the 5 sig 1, focused really over the entire state of New Jersey and eastern Pennsylvania. 5% hail maintained, and they have maintained the 45% wind, which that is as expected, but I'm surprised they didn't trim a little bit of those wind probabilities, and I'm also very surprised they kept the entirety of that 5% tornado risk. Our next SPC outlook for today won't be till 9 p.m. Eastern, and that will be when the bulk of our severe threat is well over. Hopefully. Hopefully the bulk of our severe weather will be well over by then. I want to go back to Southeast PA here. And these storms, for the environment that they are in, not very healthy. Not very healthy tornado-wise. Really doesn't seem like we have much of a tornado threat inside of the tornado watch area. The environment fairly favorable, but storm mergers and just how they're forming and how close they are to each other just hasn't worked out in favor of tornadoes today. The bulk of our tornado activity has actually been in Pennsylvania, which was, to be honest with you, an area I was not expecting would have the highest tor threat today. The good news is, though, still no tornadoes have been reported. No tornado damage has been noted for the day so far. Welcome, Plays Gaming. Glad to see you in here. Any better late than never. Glad to see you in here. So once again, if you guys are just tuning in, don't forget to hit that like button and share the stream in the channel with your family, friends, social media. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. Helps spread the word out about today's severe weather threat. And if you're just tuning in and you're new to the channel, also consider hitting that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all. We plan to be live for Monday's severe weather threat, which has just been upgraded recently to a day 3 enhanced risk, level 3 out of 5 for severe weather. And we also plan to be live for day 4, Tuesday's severe weather risk, which many of the same people who are under the gun for severe weather today will be under the gun for severe weather Tuesday and as well as on Wednesday. Holy crap. 50. A big old $50 donation right there. That is insane. Thank you so much. I appreciate that greatly. Listening to this over in South Jersey. Thanks for keeping us up to date with what's going on in the skies above. Appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words, and thank you very much for the donation. $50 donation. That is crazy. Very, very crazy. I greatly, greatly appreciate that. I really appreciate it. We did finally get that report in out here in Virginia 8 minutes ago of a 71 mile an hour wind report from the Richmond International Herico, which I'm guessing that is a airport. Yeah, international airport there. So that is observed 70 mile an hour winds heading out there to New Kent in southeastern Virginia. Again, thank you for the $50 donation. That is absolutely insane. Thank you so much. That is greatly, greatly appreciated. Let's see. What size hail in New Jersey? Nothing more than an inch. I would be very surprised if anywhere in the US got more than 1 inch in diameter hail today. That's like the max hail size we're probably dealing with today. So, yeah, also back out here in New Jersey, it looks like that severe storm in southeastern PA heading towards Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and eventually Mount Holly, New Jersey. So far is weakening. We'll keep an eye on it to see if it does intensify at all. But really the main stuff in New Jersey is out here towards south of Lakewood Township, where we have that severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile an hour winds, frequent lightning, very heavy rain. And of course, we've had a lot of flooding that has been ongoing out here in central New Jersey, all the way from out here in Wrightstown in southeast PA, all the way through Trenton, South Brunswick, Middleton, Long Branch, Lakewood, and a new flash flood warning just came in out here for Seaside Heights in southeastern and east central New Jersey. Thank you for the $2 donation. Greatly appreciate it. Branch, I think that's supposed to be Branchville, yeah, New Jersey. I don't think you're going to get much until late tonight. I don't think you'll get much until, what, like maybe 10 tonight? And by then, hopefully, storms will be dying out once they get to you. Yeah, storms rolling through probably near, this is going to be about 9-10 p.m. tonight. Heavy rain, some lightning, and wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour possible. We've had actually quite a bit more wind gusts of 70 miles per hour than I was expecting. We've had at least 5 or 6 70 mile an hour severes, which is quite a bit more than I was anticipating. Thankfully, we haven't had any 80 mile an hour severe thunderstorms yet. Knock on wood. Hopefully, we don't end up with any of those. Those are your destructive severes. What about New York? New York's getting a lot of, if you're in southwestern New York, a lot of heavy rain, lightning, and some severe storms. These 3 are your main severe storms right now in New York. So there's 2 right there, and then your third one in southwest New York. None of them are that insane. Really just heavy rain, frequent lightning, and 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. Let's see. I'm guessing that's in New Jersey. You're on the far southern tip of New Jersey, so I don't expect anything too crazy for you imminently. However, I would watch this storm here in Chestertown. I believe this is Maryland, I believe. And that's going to be heading towards southern New Jersey here in probably about 2, almost 3 hours from now. Got a possible unwarned tornado on the ground. So this is one of the supercells we mentioned earlier. Way, way earlier. We haven't talked about it in probably an hour, maybe even 2. Before I go off and say it is an unwarned tornado, I do want to at least confirm it to the best of my ability here, which we'll be using GR2 analysis too. So we have our check mark box here. Do we have reflectivity? Very much so. Do we have rotation? It's weak, but there. Do we have NROT, which is another sign of rotation? Weak, but there. Do we have correlation coefficient in that area? Yes, and it's actually dark blue, which means it seems like that is a likely tornado. Another checkbox we have here, spectrum width. Is there spectrum width in the area? There is. There's a little ball, actually, which gives me even more confidence that that is a tornado because it's more of a ball presentation on spectrum width. And is there ZDR drop? Yes, there is. Probability of debris using GR2 analysis, 100%. So this is most likely, yeah, that is a unwarned tornado. So we've got an unwarned tornado on the ground here. I'm going to quickly screenshot this. We're going to go back to weatherwise to let you know where this is. So we have a unwarned tornado on the ground north of Panther in central Pennsylvania. So the closest major area to this is Lock Haven. So Lock Haven, Pennsylvania, if we go ahead and measure, this is roughly about 20 miles to the west of Lock Haven, Pennsylvania. That is roughly 18 miles to the northwest of Mill Hall, Pennsylvania. Now, this is in a relatively rural area just north of Panther in central Pennsylvania, once more, as we do have a unwarned tornado ongoing. Seemingly unwarned tornado, we can never be 100% sure, but according to radar, this is 100% an unwarned tornado. Give me just a moment. There we go. Just north of Panther, Pennsylvania. Let's go back here, see if we can still confirm that. And yeah, I'd be pretty shocked if that's not a tornado. I would be pretty shocked if that is not a tornado. That is a very large debris signature right there. And you can see the couplet's very, very weak too, so. It doesn't seem like it's a very intense tornado based off of that. The debris signature definitely looks like that. But we're not particularly far from the radar, so this is lofting debris, probably not much more than about 2,200 feet up. So you're looking at a brief, weak tornado from what I can tell. Just very, very evident on reflectivity and CC because of how close we are to the radar. So once more, if you're just tuning in, we got a unwarned tornado on the ground about just to the north of Panther in Pennsylvania. It's about 2 miles to the northwest of Panther, Pennsylvania right now. That is approximately 12.5 miles to the northwest of Beech Creek, Pennsylvania. That is the only very notable signature we've seen today. That's the only signature that I'm pretty confident to call a tornado. This is still unwarned. Very, very much unwarned tornado. Very much so. We'll have to see this next scan here. See what it looks like. What we're going to look for on this next scan is we're going to look for to see if this dark blue CC continues, or does it space out? Do we kind of see the dark blue disappear and more of a large area of light blue and green? That would be more of a signature of fallout. This is your newest scan, which was taken about a minute ago. Is that newer than weather-wise? I want to say it might be No, it looks like the same scan. But you could see even on how this newest scan just came in 2 minutes ago, on how this green is much larger and that dark blue still very much present, though. So I wouldn't say that this is lifted just yet. But based on that velocity signature, most likely next scan, that should be more of fallout. Elsewhere, we do have a active tornado warning back here towards Oliveburg, central Pennsylvania. Doesn't look particularly intense, but could get a brief tornado out of that. So be in your safe spot. Southeastern Maryland, Chestertown, 70-mile-an-hour winds ongoing there. You could see that pocket of 60 to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts about to go into Chestertown. The rest of Maryland, relatively clear from active severe storms. It's really just that one on the border of southeast Maryland and going into Delaware there. And then Ohio, we've seen a few more severe storms come in right around the Cleveland, Ohio area back towards Newton Falls. So make sure you guys are indoors, away from doors and windows there. And really oh, what the heck? Okay. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Okay. Somebody's a little bit too storm deprived up there in Virginia. A little bit too storm deprived. 28 severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got plenty of those also active in eastern Virginia. 3 or 4 of them active here in northwestern North Carolina. And then the bulk of our severe activity from exactly where we expected it, from northeast Ohio to southern New York at the moment. Let's go ahead and take a look at this, see if that new scan is in yet. It sure is. And you can see how that dark blue has gotten a little bit lighter, a little bit more spaced out, and the CC has kind of pushed away from where that main centralized dark blue CC used to be in the dead center. So once you see it kind of push out like that, see how we used to have this very confined ball of debris. Next scan, still pretty confined. About 3 minutes ago, it started getting less confined, and then now it looks extremely spread out. So most likely what that is signifying is that the tornado has lifted and the debris is falling out of the sky, and that is what the radar is picking up on. So very classic sign of a tornado right there. You start with no CC in the area, skeptical CC, likely. We know that that was a debris signature at this point now. And then pretty clear CC drop there, still continuing, and then lifting in the last 5 minutes. And by the way, unwarned the entire time. Unwarned the entire time. 30 minutes on our active tornado warning out here for Big Run and Stump Creek surrounding areas in central Pennsylvania. Still a weak area of rotation. Can't rule out a brief tornado with it, but it's not particularly strong or very interesting. Let's see. Let's go to, let's see here. Where do we want to go to? How about West Virginia? We haven't looked there in a minute. Little area there of some decent wind speeds. To the west of Ripley. 60-mile-an-hour winds possible in this severe storm. Line of severe storms. Also, Harrisville still inside that severe thunderstorm warning. No particularly strong velocities, but that doesn't mean there's not damaging winds. We have a damage report here from 12 minutes ago of a tree in a roadway, time estimated via radar. And you can see those velocities don't look particularly strong, but we have damage there. So just because velocity says there's 10-mile-an-hour winds doesn't mean there is 10-mile-an-hour winds. There can be significantly stronger winds than that, or even significantly lower winds than that. A lot of flash flood warnings. What are we at for that? Gracious, I gotta scroll all the way down. Wow. 31. 31 flash flood warnings. Flash flood warnings in Texas. Flash flood warnings in Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, Arizona. What? Yup. Arizona. That's not one I expected to see on the list. Utah. Wow. Surprising. A lot of flash flood warnings. More flash flood warnings than severe warnings at the moment. Although we are almost past that. We're at 24 severes. We have a new observed severe storm. So this is not a new severe storm. However, it has recently been observed 60-mile-an-hour winds. So this is the same storm that produced the observed 70-mile-an-hour winds, and they've downgraded it to observed 60-mile-an-hour winds. So it's not a new severe storm, but it is a disextension and now newly observed 60-mile-an-hour winds there. Also, the city of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, inside of a special weather statement. That's what we call strong storms on this channel. Special weather statements are strong storms, and this is a particularly strong storm, almost severe for Winston-Salem. 55-mile-an-hour winds, 0.25-inch hail for the next 41 minutes. This is a city-wide alert here, special weather statement for that entire county, city of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. It's another severe thunderstorm warning in West Virginia. Right back up here. In West Unionville, they're continuing that one. And then I think the alert you see at the bottom of your screen there, not for sure exactly where that one is. And that is going to be one for Forsyth County, which is Winston-Salem, North Carolina, for Rule Hall. So that's not for downtown Winston-Salem. That's for the northern side of Winston-Salem, out where Interstate 85 and Interstate 74 intersect in Stanleyville, Wool Hall, Old Town, that area in North Carolina. Get away from doors and windows. Severe thunderstorm warning there. Yeah, tornado warning still continues out here for Big Run for 25 more minutes, but there's not really... It's really not that big of rotation. Not really much happening there. Are you staying live for RFS? The RFSA? For Tuesday. I'm staying live for the severe threat. I could really honestly care less about a model run 84 hours out on simulated reflectivity. If I were to stay live for that specific reason, which I just wouldn't. I'm live for the severe threat today, not the severe threat in 3 days or 4 days. I'll talk about it. I mean, if it happens to come in, I think it's already coming in, right? But yeah, it's already in. It's already done. It's already done for what? Monday's threat coming in for Tuesday right now. Almost done. It's all going to change though. This is completely and utterly going to change. This is your 500 millibar wind speeds here for Tuesday. Meh. Really, what's going to make Tuesday impressive is if it has a lot of instability, and that's just not what the RFSA shows right now. So I don't trust a cam model that goes out 84 hours like that. Oh, those things are enabled. Whenever those things pop up, it lags like crazy. Let's get that stuff off. Let's go back to HRRR, 20Z, and we will put it on composite reflectivity, then go back to radar. Why did I switch back to weatherwise? Because it's better. I had to do a lot more customizing, and I was too lazy to. And then I did it over the course of a weekend, so it's better. It's better if you take the time to customize it. Plus, I'm paying for weatherwise. I'm not paying for weatherfront. Weatherwise feels too clustered to me. Did you know you can turn off stuff? Shocker. Feels too clustered. Get rid of it. Like I said, weatherwise is better. You just got to take time to customize it and make it better yourself. It's a name, Tracy. It's not self-promoting. And just FYI, leave that to the mods and me. We make that decision, not you. It's not self-promoting. Can you customize warning colors in weatherfront? Nope. Wait. I think you can. Yeah, you can. But I think the like the considerable and the considerable and the considerable destructive EDS and PDS, all those, the extra warnings you need to have a subscription for, which I believe is the same as weatherwise. I'm not 100% sure. I've had weatherwise pro for so long now, I've low-key forgotten. Yeah, this tornado warning, I feel like they should just cancel it, because I really don't think this is going to be producing any type of tornadic activity over the duration of that warning. They did continue it for possible severe storm, though. Wait, what? Oh, hey. New tornado warning down here. New tornado warning here in southwestern Pennsylvania. Does that say Westmoreland County, Pennsylvania, just east of Greensburg, Pennsylvania? So make sure you guys are in your safe spot. That's a pretty good looking storm. Not particularly strong rotation, though. But you can see an inflow there and a hook echo right in that vicinity. New mesoscale discussion for our tornado watch area. The risk for a tornado or two and damaging wind gusts continues across central and southern portions of the watch area. This is in effect till 6:15 Eastern, a little over an hour and 15 minutes. Some tornado risk will exist as storm interactions occur given the magnitude of instability. Some tornado risk. So not very confident in a good tornado threat. I didn't really think today had a good tornado threat, but I was saying more of New York being the main tornado threat today and maybe partially some of New Jersey, but the main tornado threat today ended up being Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania ended up being the main threat today. We've had like a handful of warnings up there in New York, but the bulk of our warnings have actually come from Pennsylvania. At least, I believe so. Let's go back down to North Wilkesboro here. Still some light rain over the speedway. Qualifying and practice, I believe qualifying. I forgot exactly which one it is. It's supposed to begin in 2 minutes, but I have to imagine NASCAR's postponed that. Plenty of severes in southeastern Virginia. It looks like Virginia Beach not getting a whole lot. I know we had some viewers from there earlier. As I said earlier, I think the worst for you guys will be later tonight. Your best chance. I really don't think you'll get much, though, in Virginia Beach. I really don't. I think the worst will stay off to your northwest, but you still could get some rain and lightning and thunder later tonight. Probably after dark. But yeah, a lot of severe storms. We just got another. How many? Gracious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like 6 severe thunderstorm warnings in this one area. That puts us up to still 34 severe thunderstorm warnings. Go back to our tornado warnings in Pennsylvania. This is the one out here in Derry, Millwood, east of Greensburg in southwestern Pennsylvania. Like I said earlier, not very strong rotation, but it does have an indent here for an area of inflow, little notching, and a hook echo. So definitely worth a tornado warning and could produce a tornado as it goes towards Derry, but not a particularly impressive storm. And then the one here in Big Run, like I said, that's just gone. That thing, I don't think that's really been too tornadic over the last 30 to 45 minutes. It hasn't looked good in a while. And of course, we had the unwarned tornado earlier. I want to actually go ahead and check up on that debris from earlier. Let's go back on that. This was our unwarned tornado, which touched down roughly about 25 minutes ago for those of you who weren't here. And yeah, a lot of debris fallout. It seems to have lofted debris about 2,200 feet up. The velocity was fairly weak. However, it did have a reflectivity debris ball. But again, fairly weak velocity, so nothing more than a weak spin-up brief tornado. But a lot of fallout. Definitely had a lot of fallout. And as I mentioned earlier, seems to have only impacted very rural areas, hopefully just trees. That storm is progressing off to the southeast. It is warned for severe warning now for possible 0.75-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Let's go back to northeast Ohio here, see what's happening with these severes. Nothing particularly impressive here. There is that little area of locally 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts there, which is why we have that severe warning in place. And a new severe down here towards Niles and Lordston for 28 more minutes, 60-mile-an-hour winds, 0.75-inch hail. Be away from doors and windows, you will be fine. I have not seen a severe thunderstorm warning in the state of Indiana just yet. We also had a wall cloud reported 7 minutes ago out here south of Henry, Illinois. Let's see here. Yeah, still be in your safe spot if you're in that tornado warning for Derry, east of Greensburg. Still keeping an eye on that. That's really definitely the more impressive tornado warning out of our two. Is Maryland good? Yeah, you're pretty good. I don't think Maryland's going to get much more tonight. There's still the storm west of Baltimore that has a little lightning and heavy rain, and the one here starting to enter far southern Maryland near Washington, D.C. with some lightning and heavy rain. Can't rule out 20-mile-an-hour winds with either one of those. And then there's some light rain behind this, but I think Maryland's pretty good. I don't think you guys are going to end up... I don't expect anybody in Maryland to end up with another risk for 60-mile-an-hour winds. I don't think there's much of a torr threat or a hail threat left. Is Connecticut good? Connecticut has barely even started with the risk for severe weather. You guys should be put in a severe watch later on tonight. The SPC should have... They don't have a mesoscale discussion out, but we should get one pretty soon as this severe storm is starting to head out of the watch area. So I would expect a new severe watch pretty soon for portions of Connecticut, Massachusetts, maybe even into Vermont, and especially southeastern New York. And that will most likely be a severe watch. We also just got a new considerable severe out here. And it's the first one for hail. Look at that. So we've got this area here flashing white and pink here. That means that is a hail core. That's our highlighted area of high DBZ in that area. So that's going to be 2-inch hail. 2-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado possible tag. By far the highest in severe storm that we have had today. And that is out here going towards Marathon, New York. So once more, you can see that area of damaging winds of 60 miles per hour there. And you can also see that hail core there on reflectivity. And it looks like some sort of probably outflow boundary with this too. I can't tell where it starts. Based on velocity, it looks like it's right in here. So it looks like there's some sort of outflow boundary with this too. Which hopefully will keep the tornado threat at a minimum. But we will have to watch where that boundary connects. So we will have to watch towards like Hartford and Marathon in New York for the potential of a tornado. It's where that boundary connects. So if we just, again, go back to velocity. Looks like it's actually more south than that. Looks like it's right here. Just like that. So in here, this is likely to have very little tornado threat, mainly just wind and small hail. But where that connects, that's going to have a locally slightly better chance for a tornado threat. And again, that's going to be towards Hartford, Marathon, and then eventually Triangle, that area. And again, this is in New York. So 2-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado, all possible with that storm as it goes towards Marathon and surrounding areas in south central New York. The tornado warning in Big Run has been canceled. It has not been allowed to expire. It has been canceled. So no longer is that storm tornadic. The tornado warning has been removed entirely from that storm. And we're down to just one tornado warning out here, which is for 39 more minutes for Derry, Millwood, in southwestern Pennsylvania. See what else we have going on down here. Not as significant storms anymore down here. I'm not seeing any more considerable severes. See, all these are just yellows. That means they're just normal severes. There is a report, though, right there from 30 minutes ago. 1-inch hail in Farmville, Virginia. And this guy's going to try to knock out my power here in about an hour and a half. It's heading right up my way. So I think our only significant severe is the one in New York. All of these are 60. So many severes, man. I'm scrolling through them right now to see if... Yeah, that's the one in New York, right? Yep. I believe only the one in New York is our only considerable severe, and I can double check using... Yep, GR2. Tornado warning continues for Derry and Millwood. They just continued that tornado warning again for 37 more minutes and 1-inch hail. So that tornado warning remains in effect and has not been canceled. So please make sure you're staying in your safe spot. Again, that is in southwestern Pennsylvania. Check something real quick. I want to see what NASCAR's up to out there, North Wilkesboro Speedway, North Carolina. See if they're trying to get Cup Series practice or qualifying underway out there. Because we just had a pretty severe storm move through that area. Looks like they're drying the track still, so should be a hot minute before they get going. I appreciate everybody who's liked this stream, shared this stream, and especially those who have subscribed to the channel. Because of all the support you guys have given the channel, we have reached over 10,000 viewers today on YouTube. So I greatly, greatly appreciate it. Remember, everything helps. So just you viewing, that automatically helps. Hitting that like button helps more. Sharing it helps even more. And then subscribing helps even more. So I appreciate all you guys who have done all those things, or even if you just did one of them, to help get the word out about today's severe weather event. And hopefully you guys have found at least some of it informative. I'm not going anywhere yet. I just wanted to say thank you for helping me get 10,000 views on this stream. Because we just crossed it. Critty, why are you talking in a different language? Are you doing that on purpose? Thankfully, YouTube automatically translates it so I can see what you're saying. Weird, though. How many flood warnings are we at now? Let's go all the way down. 33 flash flood warnings. 33, man. What's our most populated severe thunderstorm warning? 47K. 442,000 over here in Ohio. That one's very, very populated. I feel like we have one that's more populated, though. There's 311,000 out here in northeastern Ohio, far northwestern PA. Another one here of 151,000 out here in Ohio. Another one for 202,000 in Ohio. Seems like Ohio's got a lot of populated severe storms right now. And there it is. Another one in Ohio. Almost 1 million people inside this big severe thunderstorm warning here in Ohio. Almost 1 million inside that. And we have another one in New York. About 200,000 in that one in South Lansing. Severe thunderstorm warning. And then our only tornado warning has about 12,000 people in it. And that's a pretty populated tornado warning. That is a pretty populated tornado warning, and we could get a tornado out of that. That rotation is weak, but it's present. It is present, so you want to be in your safe spot. Getting a lot more reports of damaging winds now. Last time I checked, we were at 50. We're now at 108. So over the last about 3 hours or so, we've definitely increased rapidly in damaging wind reports, especially in the last hour, though. I believe I checked this literally an hour ago, and it was at 53, or right about 50, and now it's at 108. No tornado reports, although I do believe we had an unwarned tornado. And apparently no hail reports, even though we very clearly saw a 1-inch hail report out there in Southern Virginia. And again, this flashing polygon, this is no longer active. It will be removed in 2 minutes. The National Weather Service actually removed that warning because the rotation weakened drastically. We do have a report here. What is it? Video of a tornado south of Somerville. Well, that is the first confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service right there. That was south of Somerville. So once again, you know, that's just an easy reminder that just because a storm looks bad on radar doesn't mean it necessarily is. I was at about 4:15 Eastern. So if we pull back our radar data on that, yeah, I mean, we were thinking that was corruption. And I do believe that was corruption. But obviously the actual area of rotation was strong enough to produce a tornado. So we definitely did have some corruption out in front of that towards Healthville. But that's your first report of a tornado today, and that is from social media. Video of a tornado on social media south of Somerville, and that's already been implemented into the NWS database. Although it's not yet appeared. Oh, there it is. There it is. It's on the official National Weather Service site now. So first confirmed tornado of the day. Where was our unwarned tornado? Oh, I think I can go back far enough. It was very close to in here. Yep, there you go. That was it. It even had a little debris ball to it. Over mainly rural areas west of, about 20 miles west of Mill Hall and Lock Haven in Pennsylvania. So, I don't think it was a strong tornado, but I do believe it was an unwarned tornado. I do think it was a tornado there. It looked like a pretty clear-cut debris signature to me. And it was there for, 4, maybe 5 scans. Let's see. Okay. Just for those who are interested in the NASCAR news, NASCAR's decided and opted to cancel qualifying for today due to the lightning in the area still. and heavy rain, but they do plan on doing practice for a Cup Series in about an hour. Not surprised there. Oh, let's go back to here. Tornado warning still allowed to continue here for Rachel Wood in southwestern Pennsylvania. 27 severes. I do think we are on the latter half of our event. I believe we are right around peak activity. I believe we're right around peak activity right now. I think somewhere between 5 and 6 Eastern is where our activity is going to start to probably decrease, I think, after 6. So I'd say we got about another 45 minutes or so of peak severe weather, and then after that, we're going to start seeing some warnings start to die down. But you can see our line is starting to go here in Pennsylvania for sure. We're not really looking at a derecho today or even an MCS because of all the convection in front of these storms. So instead of one big line, what we've ended up with is literally multiple waves of severe storms. A lot of clusters of severe storms, not necessarily just one big MCS or derecho like we were originally thinking. Kind of 2-3 days ago, I was thinking we'd just see one big MCS through the risk area. But that has not been the case. But we've still had a very, very widespread severe weather outbreak today. It's clear and no rain, but I got a warning. Well, that might mean it's coming. Where you at? Let me see if you've said it already and I missed it. Kingston, Pennsylvania? Is that where you're at? Or, oh, okay. I think I mispronounced that, actually. Is it just northeast of Philadelphia? There's no alert in effect there, so that must be wrong. Either program got it wrong or spelt it wrong. Something. Is there going to be a tornado in Greenberg? Depends which Greenberg. And if you mean Greensburg. The only Greenberg is at Greenberg, West Virginia. That's the only Greenberg I see. And in that case, you're actually in a flash flood warning. So if you're in a flood prone area, you need to seek higher ground. Let's see. So yeah, Indiana, you guys really haven't gotten many stronger severe. I don't think you've gotten a single severe, but you have had a strong storm or two, but nothing too notable out here. Nothing too notable out here in Western Ohio or Indiana or Illinois, which we weren't really expecting too much out there, but I was expecting a little bit more than what we've had so far. Let's see. Allentown, Easton area. Is that going to be, let's see. We still have a tornado watch. Okay, so you're talking about further. Easton. Over here is where you're talking about. There we go. It took me down towards, for some reason, Pittsburgh. Yeah, so you're right out here towards. I don't know why would it take me that. Why would it take me down towards Pittsburgh when Allentown is way more populated than that small area south of Pittsburgh? But all right, good old radar site for you. Still have the tornado watch. Yes, you're correct with that. That tornado watch remains in effect for another 4 hours or so. I'll actually go ahead and check when that expires because I'm curious. Expires at 01Z, which is 9 p.m. Eastern time. So that's about 3 hours 3 hours 39 minutes from now. And yeah, you guys have really been pretty good. You really have been pretty good because you got some rain very early this morning. And what that did was that took up the environment. So storms in the afternoon couldn't get going and become very strong. So the worst storms have actually stayed off to your south today. And there's definitely going to be a chance for some rain here later on this evening. And especially as the main front pushes through overnight tonight, which will be towards 11 o'clock. I think that's your best chance for rain is about 11 p.m. Eastern time. There's a chance for some scattered rain before that, but the best chance is 11 p.m. Eastern time. And the good news is that will be after dark. These storms in June and July, most of the time, they depend a lot more on instability. You don't see them last very long. These pop-up thunderstorms die very quickly after the sun sets. So I think it would be on the lower side of things, maybe 30-mile-an-hour winds, heavy rain. Maybe random lightning strike. But I would just expect some heavy rain and a little bit of gusty winds. These are your normal pop-up June and July thunderstorms that pop up a bunch in the day, do a bunch of wind damage, and in this case over such a large area, that's why we're covering it. And then most of them die out towards sunset and after sunset. Like I said here, we're almost at 6 o'clock. After 6 p.m. Eastern, that's when these storms are going to slowly start declining. And then after 8 p.m. Eastern, that's when I think most of these storms will be sub-severe. Pittsburgh going to be hit soon? Nope. You guys have had some rain in your vicinity, but the worst has stayed just but about a county or two to your southeast so far. And by the time this line gets to you, like I said, for eastern PA, I think it will be on a weakening trend, but you're still likely going to get 30 mile an hour winds, heavy rain, lightning, and somebody's going to get a wind gust upwards of 60 miles per hour along that line after sunset. It could be towards Pittsburgh, or it could be back up here towards Scranton. We'll just have to see how organized this line gets. Which I will say, there's not a whole lot of downdraft cape. The downdraft cape is actually decreased, so I would say the chance for damaging winds has already decreased across much of Pennsylvania. The only area where it may be increasing at is if you're out here towards like Meadville. Might be increasing a bit more. Tornado warning still remains in effect out here in Waterford and Oak Grove. Very small tornado warning in effect now out there. And that's for the next 20 minutes. Baltimore, Maryland, you guys already went through the worst storm. We had, I believe, 70 mile an hour winds just east of Baltimore, right towards the coastline. We also just got a severe storm that's like half the size of Delaware. Goes from Middletown all the way down into Hillsborough, Maryland. So pretty big sized severe thunderstorm warning there. And includes 313,000 people. Over 115,000 homes. Almost 100 schools. A lot of very populated areas here. Ooh. I wouldn't be surprised if they issue. I don't know if they would upgrade the entire severe thunderstorm warning to 70-mile-an-hour winds, or maybe just issue a smaller, more special, considerable severe thunderstorm warning. But I do think that that is producing maybe 70 to 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts, maybe some of the highest wind gusts that we've seen today, just west of Greensboro, out here in far eastern Maryland. Don't see anything definitive on radar there. Oh, shoot. They actually chose PDS for that. So this is now a particularly dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning. The first one of the day. This is a life-threatening situation. This is a particularly dangerous situation. PDS severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-an-hour winds. That is going to be moving into Greensboro, Goldsboro, Henderson, Hillsboro, in Maryland, and then moving into Delaware, Harrington, Milford, Riverview, Rising Sun, Woodside East. So make sure you guys get to your safe spot. Treat this like a tornado warning. This is the first PDS severe thunderstorm warning of the day, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So get to your safe spot if you're in that highlighted brown area. That is a potentially life-threatening situation with 80-mile-an-hour winds likely. Up to 80-mile-an-hour winds likely. And the worst wind speeds will definitely be with this area right in here. And that's going to once again go right to Goldsboro, Greensboro, Riverview, eventually Thomasonville, Woodside East, Riverview, that general area. But yeah, again, treat this like a tornado warning. Wherever you would go for your tornado safe spot, that's where you should go for this severe thunderstorm warning. Because this severe thunderstorm warning has hurricane force like wind speeds and tornado like wind speeds. So get to your safe spot. Let's see here. Dang. Yep. Knew that was coming. I'm gonna send this to Lucky real quick. Alrighty. So yeah, once again, make sure you're in your safe spot. If you're in that PDS severe thunderstorm warning for Greensboro in southeast Maryland, far east southeast Maryland, and Riverview in Delaware. Tornado warning still remains in effect for just a little bit longer here. 15 more minutes remains on this tornado warning, where you also have to be in your safe spot. 1-inch hail and a tornado possible with that. Everybody else, if you're in any of the other severes, if you're in any other severe, stay away from doors and windows. Don't go outside. Only the tornado warning. The tornado warning is where you have to seek shelter. And the PDS severe thunderstorm warning is honestly where you have to seek shelter as well, because you need to treat that like a tornado warning because it has tornado force and hurricane-like wind speeds. Another area that I would recommend, you don't have to with this, but I would recommend going to your safe spot in, is up here in New York. Out here in front of this quite damaging severe thunderstorm, where we have that pocket of 70-mile-an-hour winds, and then also that pocket of up to 2-inch hail moving into Oxford, Greene, Triangle, Smithville Flats, out here in New York. and Winnie Point as well. Again, you don't have to seek shelter, but I would recommend it because it is producing roughly 2-inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. New severe thunderstorm warning just got issued here for Binghamton, as well as surrounding areas into Maine, Berkshire, back out to Barton, Waverly, and then another severe in effect out here for Horseheads and Elmira, Corning, Cameron, Campbell in New York. But those two are weaker. These two severe storms are weaker than this leading severe storm. We'll go back to our PDS severe thunderstorm warning. The winds don't look nearly as bad on this newest scan here, but there is still a pocket of 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible here. Can't rule out 80. It looked like closer to 80-mile-an-hour winds about 5 minutes ago, but it has weakened a little bit more, so at least to ease some nerves there, but I would still recommend being in my safe spot if you are out here once again in Greensboro, Goldsboro, in Maryland, and once more especially back out here as you go into Barryton, Delaware, Petersburg, Harrington, Riverview, all these areas, Milford. It kind of looks like this is shifting a little bit to the southeast, so those greatest wind speeds may actually be heading a little bit more southeast than I was originally expecting, rather. And there's also a little pocket of 60-mile-an-hour winds up here towards Petersburg, too, according to radar. So definitely want to watch that. Anything for Pittsburgh? Not yet. Not just yet. Nothing too notable around that area. The worst has stayed to the southeast of downtown Pittsburgh, aside from the flash flood warning in downtown Pittsburgh. Let's go over here real quick. Central Maryland, nope, not much there either. Just some light rain moving through. The tornado threat and the primary wind threat has already passed. And once more, I know it gets annoying with me saying this, but I know people are tuning in and leaving as well. So if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button with a notification bell set to all. This is only day 1 of multiple days of severe weather that is expected in the U.S. We have our enhanced risk 3 out of 5 today, 2 out of 5 tomorrow in North Carolina, Virginia, South Carolina, as well as a secondary 2 out of 5 in South Dakota, North Dakota, and Minnesota. We also have a enhanced risk 3 out of 5 day 3 risk, which is not something you see too common and not something you see too often here. Back out into Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, and Illinois, and a sliver of Michigan. We also have more risks going into Tuesday. Another slight risk 2 out of 5 going into the Midwest, Northeastern U.S., and the Northern Mid-Atlantic. And then also into the Southeast and Mid-Atlantic for Wednesday, another 2 out of 5 there. We'll be covering at least 2 of those additional risks for severe weather. The only 2 I may not cover is possibly tomorrow, and then we'll see about Wednesday. So if you want to tune into those streams, make sure you hit that subscribe button so you know when I go live. Hit that notification bell, set it to all. Anything in Indiana? We haven't had much in Indiana, Illinois, or Western Ohio. There's been some isolated strong storms, 30 to 40 mile an hour winds, and some small hail up to ½ inch in diameter, but it has been a very underwhelming day if you were expecting big severe storms in Western Ohio, much of Indiana, and Central Illinois as well. I actually got a tornado report here in Illinois. This would most definitely be, I'd have to imagine, a landspout. 5:27 p.m. Eastern Time, roughly 8 minutes ago, northwest of Rutland. Possible tornado there reported. And also, don't forget to hit that like button too. Hitting that like button helps push us out to the YouTube algorithm, as well as sharing the stream with your family, friends, social media. It's really, really appreciated. This tornado warning is still in effect here for 9 more minutes. They may extend that because that area of rotation is still present. kind of a 50-50 on what they want to do there. It's fully up to them, obviously. And I wouldn't blame them for either one. It's weak enough to where it may not need a warning, but it's also right on that edge of where it could still be strong enough to produce a brief weak tornado. So we'll see what they do. I wouldn't blame them if they warn them, and I wouldn't blame them if they don't. If they do warn that, that's going to head towards the southern side of Johnstown and head towards Benson and Windber in southwestern Pennsylvania. Now look at this wind threat. It's not as high as before. I don't think it's capable particularly of producing 80-mile-an-hour winds now. It could still. It's warned for 80-mile-an-hour winds, but the velocities have weakened a bit. But the big thing is, look how much more wide this is now. The blue area here for the potential of 60 to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts is a lot larger. It's over a lot bigger vicinity now. So instead of it being a focal point of 80-mile-an-hour winds, it looks to be a larger area of 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds. Still wouldn't rule out a gust as high as 80 miles per hour. It's not as likely as, 10 minutes ago or so, right over Greensboro, but it is still possible. I wouldn't fully rule it out. So again, if you're in that brown polygon, treat it like a tornado warning. Get to your safe spot. 80-mile-an-hour winds will be possible with that over the next about 40 minutes. And that is on the border of far eastern Maryland and central Delaware. They've opted to continue the tornado warning. Like I said, wouldn't blame if they did or didn't, and they've opted to continue it for 22 more minutes. This is in southwestern Pennsylvania, so if you're in Davidsville, southwest PA, Fordston, Thomas Mill, Jerome, that area, Benson, just west of Windber, get to your safe spot. It does look like that storm could produce a brief tornado still, so I think it was a better idea to issue that tornado warning than not. The worst is already through Maryland. There's a chance for some isolated 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts very late tonight, but really it's just light rain that remains right now. The worst 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds has already moved through, and that is now into Maryland and Delaware. Youngstown, Ohio, rather. Let's go over to Ohio. No risk of a tornado here. However, there is a little bit of wind gusts here. So you see how you have this little area of brighter velocities. Doesn't mean a tornado, but you could have 40-mile-an-hour winds over Austin town, very close to Youngstown right now. And let's see where that's moving. That is moving to the southeast, so the worst of that is probably going to go towards Canfield and Boardman and the west side of Youngstown. I think it will miss downtown. But a lightning strike, a few lightning strikes, very heavy rain, and 30-mile-an-hour winds remains possible with that. No tornado threat. And pretty much no hail threat. Looks like this storm's going to die out right when it gets to my county. It looks like it's already dying out. I won't fuss much, though, because I don't want to lose power today. I'd like to keep power. There we go. New Jersey looking. Not that bad. Not that bad. The worst is, I believe, already over for New Jersey. It really hasn't performed much at all. I mean, we had a few 50, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Really, the biggest problem in New Jersey has been the flooding in central New Jersey. There will be another round late tonight, but I'm pretty confident it will be on a weakening trend by the time it gets to New Jersey. And nope, Maryland is clear. Some light rain remains, and there's a chance for 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts late tonight as a leftover line moves through, but the worst is over for the whole state of Maryland. Except for extreme eastern Maryland. Like if you're out here towards Denton, it's very, very extreme East Maryland. But I'm talking about like towards Baltimore, Frederick, Hagerstown, Cumberland, that area. As for over here, damaging winds still very much possible for the next 30 minutes. And then further to the south, towards like Salisbury, not sure how you would pronounce that. It's got to be close. This line is going to be moving that direction in about an hour or so. Philadelphia, you guys are getting some lightning right now, maybe some light rain just to your west. Looks like there's light rain and some lightning to your west-northwest. We'll have to watch this storm as it rolls through, but most likely just moderate rain, a few lightning strikes. Nothing too crazy. Y'all should be spared from the worst, I believe. 239 watching, 224 likes. Wow. That's a great ratio right there. New severe thunderstorm watch. Oh, where? Montana. I bet you were thinking I was going to say like New York and Massachusetts. Nope. Montana, new severe thunderstorm watch. Those are just 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and it's not entirely impossible we get a spin-up tornado there. But I'm not really planning on covering that because there's not much population, and it's a considerably lower risk than the risk that we have out here in New York, Pennsylvania, that area. New York and Pennsylvania has been getting hit the worst so far today, especially central Pennsylvania. Kind of west central Pennsylvania. We're up to 161 reports now. But about 2 hours ago, we were actually at just 50. So in the last 2 hours, we've gotten over 100 reports of some sort, the majority being damaging winds. And the bulk of those actually have come from multiple different areas. Here's the reports map. You can see we've had a bulk from our training severe storms in New York. Probably has been the worst. And then there's the secondary area, kind of in west central Pennsylvania, far southwestern New York. And then the third area, which has honestly been pretty interesting, has been right here in Maryland, southern Pennsylvania, northeastern Virginia. Not that bad of a severe weather day just yet. It's getting pretty rough, though. It definitely is. By the time all the reports and everything comes through, we'll probably have over 300 wind reports today. So I do think by the time all is said and done, it will be go down as a pretty rough day for severe weather. Thankfully not the worst of the year, but pretty big day. Still continuing with the threat here for 70-mile-an-hour winds as this pocket of damaging winds moves towards Riverview and Harrington. Can't rule out a random gust upwards of 80 miles per hour, so you need to be in your safe spot and treat that like a tornado warning. Again, that is going to be for extreme eastern Maryland and mostly central Delaware. Oops. Close out some of this here. Try not to open too many tabs. There you go. Whoa. Wonder how inaccurate that is. Did that just start popping up over water? Yeah, it looks like that rapidly intensified as it moved over water. So thank goodness that's over water right now. That's probably It's probably upwards of 90-mile-an-hour winds there. Yeah, they just issued a considerable severe. I'd have to imagine they're going to upgrade that to 80-mile-an-hour winds if that signature continues as it goes on shore. It might just be that strong because it's over open water. Yeah, there's nothing to interfere with that wind, so it might just be that strong simply because of open water. Hopefully, as it moves on land, it's weaker, but that's a pretty significant signature for damaging winds of 70 to 80 miles per hour there, moving onshore in far southeastern Maryland. Let's go back up to our tornado warning in Pennsylvania. Thankfully looking considerably weaker now, but still wouldn't rule out a brief spin-up tornado over the next about 10 minutes or so as this goes towards Benson in south central Pennsylvania. There we go. Yeah, so if we have any, if we get any 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts here over the next hour, it's going to either come from this storm here as it goes towards Harrington and Riverview in central Delaware, or it's going to come from this storm here moving onshore in far southeastern Maryland. So those are our two biggest wind threats right now. We also just lost our considerable severe back up here in New York. This line, it looks to be a little bit weaker, but it is still a widespread line of 60-mile-an-hour winds, and we can't rule out a brief gust upwards of 70 here. Yeah, like I said, my storm, that's all that's left. That's all she wrote, y'all. That's what happens. Been watching this storm for the last 3 hours as it's been tracking up my way. And, yeah. Poof. Vanished. That's normally what happens, but like I said, I'm okay with it because I don't want to lose power today. I'd like to get some better storms tomorrow because I can actually do a proper storm chase tomorrow. But it doesn't look like tomorrow is going to be much better of an opportunity than today. Maybe, though. Today had the slightly better moisture. I think Wednesday will be good for chasing. I really couldn't tell you till the day before or even the day of. Right now, it looks pretty solid. Right now, it looks pretty solid. Which is another reason why I didn't chase today. Because I don't want to go chasing these smaller, very small risks. But yeah, Wednesday could be pretty good, especially in, it's hard to say exactly where. I would say Southern Virginia, because that's what some models show, but I have a feeling it might trend a little bit back up north, more towards Central Virginia. The location of it might actually have to do with influence from the tropical system off the coastline of Florida. That might play a little role in the jet stream. Yeah, so I do think this could be producing upwards of 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts on these coastal areas here. So as this moves inland right in this area, I wouldn't rule out a gust upwards of 80 miles an hour. Wouldn't be surprised. We probably had a wind gust upwards of 90 over the open ocean, but obviously that wouldn't affect anybody but our fish friends out there. There we go. Jackson Center, Ohio. Let's see. Special weather statement in effect for that area. The worst looks to have already passed to your south. However, there's another storm directly behind that should end up hitting you here in about 10-ish minutes or so. So wouldn't rule out 30-mile-an-hour winds, a bit of lightning, and heavy rain with that. Let's see. Friday had very unhealthy air quality. You ain't got to tell me. It has been horrible out here in Southern Virginia, and I know back out there towards Pittsburgh, it has been atrocious. I think the worst has been in Chicago, though. But we've had bad air quality all over the Midwest and much of the northeastern U.S., as well as some slivers of the mid-Atlantic. It really didn't go too far south past Southern Virginia, northern North Carolina. That tornado warning expires in 8 minutes for Benson. I do not expect them to continue that. It looks like the storm has died out. So I anticipate they'll let that expire in 8 minutes. I want to go check real quick here. All right. So I think this live stream is going to go down as the 10th most viewed live stream on this channel. So I really appreciate it. It's going to be pretty close. It's either going to be number 11 or number 10. It's going to be right on that corner. But either way, we've reached a lot of people today. What are we at for severe warnings? 34. Still very far up there in severe warnings, but we are about to lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're about to lose 6. The number after 6. Yeah. We're about to lose roughly 7 severe warnings here. And another considerable severe. So as these storms are making landfall, per se, the wind threat is actually increasing a little bit with them. Once they get fully on land, hopefully they will weaken a bit more. But definitely can't rule out a couple instances of 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts, and then even a gust upwards of 80 can't be fully ruled out with those two storms. Tornado watch till 9, not warning. Big difference. Tornado warning means tornado's imminent and you need to take action to protect your life. Tornado warning, or rather, yeah, that's what a tornado warning means. Tornado watch means conditions are favorable for severe storms, including the development for tornadoes. So if you're in the tornado watch, that means you have a chance for severe storms, including a tornado. If you're in a tornado warning, that means you are under the gun for a tornado to drop down or already be on the ground, and you need to take action. It's pretty simple, but I get how people confuse them. Even my own family members confuse them, and I literally tell them every single time I say watch and warning, I tell them the difference in what it means. Or I just give up on them and be like, yep, you know what? I give up. I've only told you 100, 200 times. I give up. Let's see. Pennsylvania. I'm going to go to Stroudsburg, PA. Isn't popping up here. Oh, wait. Hold on. There you go. There you go. What are my risks? So, not very high. A lot of stuff has happened with the atmosphere in eastern Pennsylvania and northern New Jersey to inhibit a really good severe threat from verifying so far. However, there is this line here in about 3 hours, 2.5, 3 hours. I'd say about 2.5. That's going to be heading your way roughly around 8 p.m. Eastern time. And if it continues to do what it's been doing for the last 5 hours or so, you will be at risk for 60-mile-an-hour winds, half-inch hail, and maybe even a brief spin-up tornado. So I would watch that very closely. And Lancaster, Pennsylvania, also want to look at that. I think you're at even lower risk than those to your north. I think you're just under the gun for some light rain now. And yeah, where's this radar site? Which one's closer? Is there a radar site that's down out here? Hold on. Y'all don't have a radar down here. I never realized that till just now. Every now and then, maybe I do remember it, but yeah, you don't. Yeah, just have a little bit of rain now. A little bit of rain now. And later on tonight, there will be the risk for maybe 20-mile-an-hour winds. I mean, it's going to be very minimal because I think the line will die out. Yeah, I really don't think you'll get much. I think just light rain now and then light rain at like 1 a.m. tonight. I really don't think there will be much of a wind risk, to be honest. I'm going to have to remember, we lost that radar site. That radar site is down now. Look at that. Radar site in southern New Jersey is down. Gonna have to try to remember that. Thank you for the $10 donation. I'm 9 miles north of Morganton, North Carolina. The high peaks are just to the west and north of me. They seem to break up most storms. I see more weather coming my way. What are your thoughts? Let's see. Oops. You've been in this live stream a long time. You've been in this live stream for a while, at least 2 hours. Because I remember tracking that first severe storm that rolled through your area about almost 3 hours ago now. There's some scattered storms popping through, but with that such an intense storm already went through your area, what it's done is it's left a much more stable environment. There's still a little bit of energy for some storms, so we can't rule out lightning, heavy rain, and maybe some gusty winds if storms do intensify further as they approach you. But I would expect not much. I would say maybe just the risk for some moderate rain and lightning if storms can get to you. But these storms are going to be pretty erratic. They should just fire on the mountain. They may move south. They may move due east, southeast, northeast. They're going to be a bit erratic. Some of them you can see down here moving east, moving northeast, moving east, moving southeast. So they're very all over the place. And they're just pop-ups. If you get under them, a few lightning strikes and some heavy rain. It's not like that big cluster that moved through 3 hours ago that produced widespread damaging winds in western NC and a lot of lightning and heavy rain. And thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate it. Let me go and heart that. Go up here. Boom. Whoops. I actually have some severe storms in Florida and Georgia right now. One on the border of Florida, Georgia out here for Havana, Florida, west of Thomasville, Georgia. And then 2 more out here towards Freeport, Florida, and Alfred, Florida. We're down to 27 severes. Our peak was, I believe, 35 severes was our peak earlier today. We were, our peak was 3 tornado warnings. We are down to 0 tornado warnings. There are no tornado warnings active in the U.S. right now. We also have 0 destructive severes, and we're down to just 2 significant severes, which both of them are these storms making landfall in far eastern and southeastern Maryland. And both of them pose the risk for 70-mile-an-hour winds. And we'll have to see if they strengthen further. If they do strengthen, I wouldn't even rule out a gust as high as 80 miles an hour with them. Go ahead and fix this real quick. There we go. Sweet. Sorry, I was just checking a few things since I haven't been able to in a minute. It's only a one-man show over here. A lot of different things to check at the same time. I appreciate the kind words, Mr. Ed. Thank you so much once again for the $10 donation. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. Who knows? Maybe I'll get there one day, but I like the small community that we have, and we've actually grown to a bit larger of a community now. Also, if y'all haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button. We're only just 2 subscribers away. 2 subscribers away from 12,600 subscribers. So if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button with a notification bell set to all. It's really, really appreciated. I know you're probably sick of me saying that at this point. It's just 2 away, though. We haven't had a new 100 subscriber milestone in a hot minute because weather's been I'm not gonna blame weather. I have been inactive. Weather's been pretty active the last 2 weeks, but I've not really been able to track it as much as I would have liked to. Let's see, when did we hit 12,500? Oh my word. It was almost a month ago today. It was a month ago and 1 day. A month ago and 1 day we hit 12,500, and there you go, 12,600. Thank you guys for subscribing. I greatly appreciate it. I really appreciate it. We really didn't have much growth in June, and again, that's my fault. That's my fault. I didn't put out much content. I only put out like 2-3 videos and only a few streams. We just got a new tornado warning. Where is that going to be for? Pennsylvania. Let's go up to it. "26 minutes on that. That's not a particularly strong area of rotation. That's very weak. Very, very weak area of rotation there. Yes, that warning counter at the top left for the tornado warning, sometimes it will get bugged on one. I've noticed that. And we are at 1 tornado warning now. Sometimes it will take a while to count down. Sometimes it'll take a while to count up. But the official count, I'll tell you right now, is 28 severes, 1 tornado warning, which is actually correct. So yeah, if you are there in Austin, get to your safe spot. It's a very little area of rotation. It's barely even worth the warning, to be honest with you. I really don't think much is going to come from it, but you never know. We could get a brief spin-up tornado out of it, so better safe than sorry. Get to your safe spot. It's also now tornado warned. Thank you, Use the Force. The weather has been... It hasn't been much tornadic activity, but it's been a lot of wind. I definitely would have loved to stream some of the risks, but I was either busy or extremely burnt out or sick. I've had a lot happen in the last month. I've been sick twice. I've been burnt out for a week or two, had absolute zero motivation. Had my birthday, had like 3 other family members' birthdays. It has been wild. It has been wild. Like I mentioned earlier in another live stream, the end of June till about the early, maybe into the middle portion of July is the busiest time for me out of the year. Any tornadoes yet? We've had, I believe, 2 tornadoes, and maybe 1 in Illinois. It was a very suspicious report. Someone reported a tornado, but I didn't see any photos, and I don't think it's been officially counted. So I think we've had either 2 or 3 tornadoes. Yeah, it hasn't been officially confirmed as a tornado in Illinois. We had that officially confirmed tornado in northwest Pennsylvania from a social media video that was verified from the National Weather Service. And then we had the unwarned tornado that has not yet, of course, been rated since severe weather is still ongoing. They're not going to rate. Most of the time, they don't rate tornadoes day of. I feel like that's a very, 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 very rare thing for them to rate tornadoes day of the severe threat happening, especially if the severe threat happens later in the day. So yeah, the main risk for damaging winds still is with this storm here going towards Hebron in southeastern Maryland. Watching that very, very closely. We're still up to 28 severe warnings. I feel like some of those... Okay, yeah. That'll expire in 7 minutes. We'll lose some more. Let's see. New mesoscale discussion. It's a purple MCD. The threat for damaging winds, isolated hail, and possibly a tornado will spread into the eastern portion of watch issuance 494. The need for a downstream watch issuance is uncertain. So they're not even sure if they're going to issue a new watch into New York, Connecticut, and Massachusetts. A brief tornado, 60-mile-an-hour winds, upwards of 70 will be possible, as well as 1-inch hail. So, very low wording. Very, very low wording. Definitely a very good sign. And easy to understand that our main severe threat is over. In terms of peak, I think our peak severe threat is over. Although this storm definitely is quite impressive. So I wouldn't rule out 70 to 80 mile an hour winds with that. It looks like the highest winds are directly on the coastline. As it's going inland, it's weakening from 80 mile an hour winds closer to 60, maybe upwards of 70. Storm to my south swiftly turned into just some rain. Yep. Welcome to my mod dome. This is actually my owner dome. We have mod domes. Every time I mod somebody, they end up losing most of their risks for severe weather. It happened to Lucy. It happened to Catman, Brooklyn. I'm not sure how much it's happened to Caleb. It's happened frequently to me and to Lucky as well. And our 2, we have 3 more not as in here as often mods. Chip, Parliament, and Carson. Parliament, I don't know how his mod dome is. I don't even know where bro is. I haven't seen him in here in a while, but he's a good dude. He's still modded. He was an OG, so he may be inactive, but I don't plan on unmodding him anytime soon. My mod dome is working today. Sweet. Love to see it. It's putting in overtime. Yep. That's just my luck, but I probably wouldn't have even seen it anyways if I was in Martinsville. I probably wouldn't have even seen it, to be honest with you. There's a good chance I wouldn't have even been on the right storm. Well, I wasn't. I was in Greensboro. but I didn't want to be home. I wanted to chase. It went right over many of my family members, including my house. My family was in their safe spot for about 40 minutes. So, even though it didn't look good, I told them, I'm like, get to your safe spot. It's a tornado warning, you know? Even though I don't think it's going to produce one, get to your safe spot. And then it produced one. See? So, that's why no matter what it looks like on radar, you get to your safe spot if you're in that tornado warning. It was literally a terrible area of rotation, but because of the environment we had, it still produced a tornado. I was back on March 16th this year. I just absolutely destroyed a corner of my phone case. Not actually, it just sounded like it. Let's see real quick. Yeah, still a tornado warning there in effect in north central Pennsylvania. Get to your safe spot next 18 minutes. Again, it doesn't look good at all, but as I literally just explained, just because it doesn't look good on radar doesn't mean it's not going to produce a tornado. One, two, three, four, five, six. Yeah, this is going to be the sixth. Nope. Yeah. Okay, I hate to do it to you because it's always on this channel. It's going to be the 6th or the 7th most popular live stream in this channel's history. So I really appreciate all the support. Still continuing with the 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts here into Salisbury. I'm hungry. I literally almost just said Salisbury. Is that not Salisbury? Salisbury in Maryland. Thinking of Salisbury steak, man. I'm getting hungry. What in the world? It is 6 o'clock. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I'm probably getting close to wrapping it up because we got NASCAR Cup Series practice, and I'd like to watch that in 15 minutes. And I'm also hungry, so I'm not gonna end at this very minute, but we are gonna start wrapping it up. So if you guys have any last-second questions, go ahead and ask them in chat. I'll try to answer them over the next about 4 or 5 minutes. And also, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. Share the stream with family, friends, social media. Share the channel. It's greatly appreciated. Hit that subscribe button and set that notification bell set to all. It's really appreciated. And do all that other stuff. You know, like the stream, subscribe, share the stream. It's greatly appreciated. Let me go over here. I want to go to this real quick on here. There we go. Perfect. And it hasn't been too crazy, but, you know, we did reach almost 140, or rather almost 130 people on TikTok for the first live stream that I've ever done on there. And that's not bad. That's not bad at all. So I appreciate those who tuned in briefly on TikTok. I really appreciate it as well. First time we've streamed over there legitimately like this simultaneously with YouTube. So really the main focal point for severe weather whilst I'm offline is going to be focused in this area right in here. So if you're in that area, watch out for 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Can't even rule out a brief gust upwards of 80. Elsewhere, it's really going to just stay with 60 mile an hour winds. Can't rule out a brief gust upwards of 70 somewhere in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, Ohio, and even Eastern Virginia. And we also can't rule out a brief tornado somewhere in that same vicinity. But the overall, the risk is decreasing from here on out, aside from the risk in central Delaware. That's going to be where the risk is highest. Central to southern Delaware, y'all's risk is increasing rapidly over the next 30 minutes to an hour. Elsewhere, it is relatively decreasing. The storms look coming into Pittsburgh. Actually, not that bad. That's going to be there in about an hour and a half, and they'll probably still be producing 40 to 60 mile an hour winds, frequent lightning, and heavy rain. So make sure you act accordingly to whatever warning you may get in Pittsburgh. Definitely watch that. Looks like Pittsburgh's going to get some earlier storms than I expected. How is Lucky doing? Busy. Busy, busy, busy. He's been struggling in college because of a specific professor, but he's still passing, still doing good, but very busy. He is in Charlotte this weekend, so he is away from home. He's not here. Busy, busy person, man, and working to death. He's trying to work, trying to do college, and trying to balance actual life, too, all at the same time. Not easy, man. Let's see. Where is that? So that's in eastern Pennsylvania. There's not much happening out there at the moment. But there is going to be a line that moves through later tonight that could produce 40-mile-an-hour winds, so just keep an eye on that. But nothing too bad. And yeah, New Jersey, severe threats increasing just a little bit. Unfortunately, our radar site went down, but there's some more lightning in the area in central New Jersey and some lightning in southern New Jersey. These storms, really 30-mile-an-hour winds, frequent lightning and heavy rain will be the main possibility. You're not going to get anything as crazy as we thought. The person there, Taylor, you are inside a significant severe for 60 to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, so you need to be away from doors and windows and don't go outside. Make sure you secure any objects that are loose outside whilst you have a couple minutes to spare. That will be a pretty good storm over the next 40 minutes or so. Hudson Valley, New York, you're good. Just frequent lightning, heavy rain, maybe 30-mile-an-hour winds here in about 2 hours, depending on if the line goes to your south or hits you. And Connecticut, I think Connecticut will be fine. Just isolated, moderate, heavy rainfall. All right, y'all. Right at the end of the live stream, had to rapid fire those. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button, share the stream with your family, friends, social media, and the channel, and subscribe with that notification bell set to all so you know when I go live in the future. We also just got a new tornado warning that is likely producing a tornado here in Deposit in southern New York, so please get to your safe spot there. Thank you, Mods for Mod and Chat, everybody, for being here and helping me to get this to the 7th most popular live stream on the channel. Stay safe, watch the severe weather. See you in the next one. Goodbye. Once more, I also do think that there is a tornado on the ground going through Deposit, New York. So if you're in that area, run to your safe spot now. stay safe, watch the severe weather, and I'll see you guys in the next live stream that I do. Thank you, Mods for Modern Chat, and everybody for being here, especially those who donated, liked, subscribed, and whatever else you may have done to support the channel. I appreciate you. I'll see you in the next one. Have a great rest of your Saturday night. Goodbye.